All right. Does beer count as food? I mean, I don't know. Does it? It's got carbs in it. I would say no. You're not going to get much sustenance from beer. But then again, I also wouldn't count a protein shake as food, so. In Dwarf Fortress, when it comes, so, here, I'll just start up the recording here, and then I kind of have to do the intro. And run through the rules. All right, so the rules for this fort are pretty straightforward, I think. I'm not allowed to make food, but that doesn't mean I'm not allowed to have food. So I can cook meals. I can process plants. I can do whatever I want with it. But I'm not allowed to farm. I'm not allowed to grow anything. I'm not allowed to fish. I'm not allowed to hunt. And I'm not allowed to breed livestock for the purpose of food. All of the livestock I have on the map are named animals that were brought by dwarves. I cannot breed the livestock. If traders arrive, I can trade with them and I can buy all of their food. I can then do what I want with it from there. So all of the food in the fortress are from traders. The way I've been doing this is by sending as many dwarves off the map as possible, as much as possible, as constantly as possible, so that they're not at home eating my food supplies and instead off gathering books. So I have a very large library. So that's the challenge. Now, there's one asterisk to this. I think this challenge is very easy. The reason I think it's very easy is because if you go to a random settlement that you don't have contact with and you demand tribute, they will come as an additional trade caravan next year, regardless of if they accept the tribute or not. So I'm trading with, like, for all intent and purpose, about 12 different groups right now. So with that knowledge there, we're not short on food. What do I think of them? I think some of them are quite appealing. I don't play any at the minute, but the second you throw cryptids in there, it's no longer a job game. That's my take. Probably not also. Why? But probably not Scouts in regards to what I play it. Can you harvest wild plants? I can't gather. I can't pick. I can only acquire food stuff from caravans. So I can't farm, gather, hunt, fish. I can butcher things if they show up on the map. If a wild animal from my map gets caught in a cage, I can't do anything with it. I just throw it in the volcano. And if traders bring livestock, I can purchase the livestock and butcher that. That's the rules. And the fortress is called Violenthunger. How you doing, Valium? You're trying to finish making one such? Yeah, No. I'm very picky. Basically, like, if you're making a game, unless it's, like, perfectly suited to my needs, expect that I won't play it. Yeah. I'm not a variety streamer. There are specific types of games I like. There are specific games like that are job sim games that I like. I don't like all job sim games. You know, I played Spin Tires back in the day and I really liked that, and I also really like Spin Tires Mud Runner. Fucking hated everything they did in the Spin Tire. Like I hated the Snow Runner game. They took everything I liked out of that game out of it. And put in a bunch of shit I didn't want. You know, I liked American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator. Will I ever go back or play another one? Probably not. Although I'm kind of tempted to play some American Truck Sim in my own time because they're adding PC and I kind of want to drive around where I live because that's fun. You hope to destroy most goblin settlements and subjugate the rest. Good luck, Bismuth. Hey, Flurf. Hello. Forbidden Beast meats? Yep. If a Forgotten Beast dies on the map, I can butcher it. But that's mostly just because I don't feel like microing butchery. Although I could turn off butcher auto butcher, which is on by default in the game settings, where they just butcher close by animals, and then you'd have to manually queue it up. So I could turn that off, but I kind of just left that on because I'm not hunting anything anyway, and it's a nice source of crafts. So the challenge isn't difficult. It's more of a theme than anything. Because this is the same faction as the Vampire Fort. If you watched the video that I put up the other week, this is the same world, same faction. We are like 2 days walk to the west of that previous fort. If you'd like to look up legends, you can type in !legends in the Twitch chat. We consider it's a very failed attempt at democratic relations, but Forgotten Beasts running at you and trying to murder you is democracy, in our opinion. So because it's democratic relations and a legitimate import, then we can eat it. So if you'd like to look up the fortress in Legends, you can do that by typing in !legends into the Twitch chat. In the YouTube chat, there should be a link in the description. If it's not in the description, then just go to blindirl.legends.net. And that will take you to the legends of the fortress. It should be in the description. If it's not in the description, you can also just tell me and I'll put it in the description because it should be there. So that's where all of that is so far. On top of that, this is a crowdfunded stream. I make a living because people are kind enough to help keep the channel funded with gifts, bits, gifted subs, bits, normal subscriptions, Prime subscriptions, tips, memberships through my website, and YouTube super chats and whatnot. So if you like what I do here and would like to help keep the channel funded and keep me doing what I'm doing with as few on-screen sponsorships as possible, currently 0, and I would like to keep it that way, you could do that by going to my website. And today is the last day that it's on sale. If you watch in the Twitch chat, you sometimes may hear these. Those are the, that's the soundboard. You can, if you go to my blog, blindirl.com, you can become a member and subscribe. And if you use the code MARCH, you can get 50% off of the, like, $7 a month tier, which gets you access to those sound commands. There's a whole bunch of them. It also will give you early previews of my bigger videos. In fact, there's gonna be a large one coming soon because I'm undecided on the direction to go with it and I need feedback. So if you would like some behind the scenes stuff and access to some perks in the Twitch chat, you could grab that there very easily for $3.50 for your first month. Okay, so this is a fortress right now. Now, you might realize there's a little bit of blood. I also don't exactly know who's on the map at the minute, because there's a lot of people that are, at the minute, not on the map because I sent them off to keep the moods up as much as possible. We got ambushed by the elves. We are at a population of about 80, or we were. I think we're now close to about 70. We got ambushed by the elves, and as you can see, we are not ready for that yet. So, priority numero uno, Excalibur Extreme V1.0, right now is finish the fucking walls. The problem is, I've got a bunch of demands for the Livid Guild. We don't want to piss them off, although maybe it's too late. The Flaxen Guild, also don't want to piss them off. It's probably too late, though. And a Metalsmiths Guild. Now, I'm curious about something, because I might be able to gimmick this. What's the value of this? 10,026. Could I put another guild over top of this? Because I don't want to piss my entire faction off right now. Okay, yes, I can. Hunters Guilds. I'll spread these out once I have more time, but for right now, we are purely going to gimmick this. Perfect. So the Gorge of Steel is the Metalsmiths Guild, Silken Artifact, Nature of Mountains, the Hairy Buck, which is the Hunters Guild. And I also disabled the library for the moment because the dwarves are too busy reading and not doing what I needed them to do. So, the dwarves that are in the fortress right now are Diamond, Kalilov, Shinobi the Second, Montecore, Link the Sky Spear, Lucio, Crub the Grub, Corey Fancy Pantsy, Lost Intern, who's my mayor and also the Lost Intern, Laya, Flurf McGurf, Jesus, Founder, the bookkeeper, previously the expedition leader, and also I think a doctor. No, not a doctor. We've got Rail or Ray, and I think that and Judosi, and that's everybody who's in the fortress at the minute. Did I create 200 guilds? I thought I created a 100 guild and a Rangers Guild, which are 2 separate guilds. It's Crafts, that's the original one. Hunters Guild. Hunters, you are correct. I made 2 Hunters Guilds. I screwed up. Hunters and Rangers. There you go. They would have been livid about that, wouldn't they? Thanks for pointing that out. He fell off his bird. Got him, Bismuth. I mean, I can't stop them from eating food that I didn't buy, right? In this fortress, the only source of food and drink and any kind of resource up here was purchased from trade caravans. Farming is set to nobody. I'm just going to set these to nobody to do this. I haven't built any, so there's nothing for them to do. But nobody is planting. Nobody is fishing. Nobody is hunting. Nobody is plant gathering. There is no farming industry in this fortress. We are a barony, though. Crub the Grub is our count. Actually, we're not a barony. We have a count, which is exciting. And you need some more chests. I'm just going to give you 2 more up there. And so this fortress has a very large supply of lead, gold, silver, and tin, I think. Is that what sulfurite is? I think sulfurite's tin. Chat can correct me because I'm probably wrong. But if we go to the surface, we have, this is our metal smithing industry at the top of the volcano. I think it's pretty dope. Like, I think that might be one of the cooler forges I've built ever. I think that's real cool looking. I think you got to agree with that, chat. Like, come on, you gotta level with me. Like that is one of the coolest like front gate things you could possibly have. But I need to seal off the front gates. So that's what I'm going to do. I need to build a defendable way around the outside of the fort. And then everything else is going to be dug out, basically. And this is going to be what defends us, and we will finish it today. This, in the middle of your screen, is going to be a fully automated lava minecart cannon. That's what that is. And that's what that is going to be. We are also going to have bolt throwers, and we are going to have catapults, and we are going to have a lot of squads. Who's ready? It seems that I have no dwarves to redeem yet. I kind of figured somebody would have redeemed the name something so far, but redeeming a dwarf is available. So if you would like to have a dwarf in this fortress, let me know. Although keep in mind, something I'm straight up planning on doing, because this is going to be a violent as shit fort, is as dwarves get to the red moods, I'm just going to expel them. I'm going to boot out dwarves that stay angry too long. If you tantrum here, I haven't decided yet. I might drop you in the volcano. Like I said, I haven't decided yet. I'm either going to drop you in the volcano, or fire you out of a minecart, or I don't know. But I haven't decided yet. is all I got. So because of that, this is going to be a violent fort. Lots of squads. Indeed, Clino. Jagged Venom Drinker. I don't have a fishery dwarf. So since you didn't listen to anything I said, what else? What would you like, a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? No, fish are only cleaned before the sale. So when you purchase fish, they're already pre-cleaned. Like, I could give you, like, I was going to say I could give you a cook, but I literally can't. So no, there is no fish cleaners. I can give you a peasant. It's about the equivalent. How about this? We'll go with this. Unless this is, like, too peasant-y for you. So you expelled someone who was, like, insane then. If a dwarf is naked and killing dwarves, then they are berserk, probably. Or in some weird state of melancholy and tantruming. Also, he probably didn't get naked. He probably just got his clothes... Like, if he was killing people, he probably just had all of his clothes destroyed. His clothing is like armor. It takes damage for the dwarf. So clothing gets shredded really quickly during fights. No, not many dwarves in this fort feel much right now. There are dead bodies everywhere. Plus, they just lost like 10 of their own. Easily. Maybe more. You want a peasant? All right. Jagged Venom Drinker. Jagged Venom Drinker. Brushed boats. If you go to legends.blindirl.net, you can find brushed boats, and that's you. He never becomes angry. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He can be very impolite and inconsiderate of property. And he has an active sense of humor. He has a greedy streak, and he is stubborn, and he prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. Sorry, I suddenly have hiccups. He exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored. And he laughs very loudly whenever he's excited. When he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips. That's a little creepy. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and thinks friendship is important. He finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting and does not really value skills related to fighting. You're gonna hate it here. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed, and his sideburns are clean shaven. His medium length mustache is neatly combed, and his long length hair is neatly combed. Welcome to the fort. You have a large family. I will say that. So you definitely have some history. In fact, you're related to Squizzly from the previous fort. Huh. Well, you weren't in the previous fort, but you're related to people from the previous fort. So that's kind of cool. So now you have to rely on captions? That sucks, dude. That sucks. My condolences. Oh, for fuck. So is this part of the first siege, or is this a new siege? This is probably still from the first one, right? Is it literally just one elf? Well, at least you've got a bunch of dwarves with weapons. That's not good. That's not good. I think it's just the one. I think it's just the one. Are you leaving? Yeah, okay. Get back to work, dwarves. Yikes. When was Legends last updated? I thought I updated them the night before I left, but maybe I didn't. If they're not updated, I can update them. Here. I'll update them now. I thought I updated them. I checked it off in my notes, but... And make a werebeast fort, expel necromancer fort, mass produce horrible creations. I mean, the easiest way to create a werebeast fort is to just go make a werebeast adventurer and just go around biting people. Like, wait for a month, bite a bunch of people, wait for a month, bite a bunch of people, wait for a month, bite a bunch of people, wait for a month, bite a bunch of people, wait for a month, bite a bunch of people, wait for a month, bite a bunch of people, wait for a month, bite a bunch of people, wait for a month, bite, and then do that for like 3 years. I might have exported Legends and never uploaded it. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted Open Legends. Oh, I need to restart the game, but... Sorry about that. Yeah, okay, so then I must have just screwed it up. And I must have exported it and not uploaded it, so I'll just run this real quick. It doesn't take that long, it just takes like 2 minutes. Saturday was kind of a mess of a day for me, to be completely honest. Okay, so that should be good. Let's see. I just wait for this song to end usually. If you look at Legends, it's going to disappear. Don't freak out. At least it'll disappear if you open a new file or a new page. That's page 1 and page 2. Legends. And it should, yeah, it is now updated. So you can go take a peek now. My apologies. My apologies. And you have the benefit of having like what, one extra dwarf in there. The only problem with exiting to Legends like that is that you have to crash the game. You know, I think I know why my encoder... Hold on, let me test something. If I close Dwarf Fortress, my encoder immediately breaks. But if I hide the game capture, even though it's not there... It doesn't. It's okay. So the weird lag issue that I have at the end of the stream, because there it is, it's happening now. Must be. Why are you freaking out, Stocked Bar? It must be. It must be Proton. It's got to be trying to capture Proton. I should just switch back to stock Linux. Oh well. Where was I? This one. Should rename this world. It's currently called Vampire Science. This is true. I did say not to. Simple instructions. How you doing, Cleno? How was your weekend? So, chat, are you guys excited for this fort? I'm hoping this becomes an epic cavalcade of evil. I mean, if the last fort was evil, this one will be evil. Chat, what do you think we should do with Dwarves of Tantrum? Should we throw them in the volcano using a drawbridge? Should we expel them? Should we starve them to death? Or should I build an addition to this roller coaster that makes them jump on, like, basically go into the lava with the rest of the lava? Because currently that's what I'm thinking. I will do this. Never speak of such heretical shit in my chat again. Absolutely not. No, you cannot. No, you can't, Necron tier. You should know this by now. You've been watching this channel for how long? Absolutely not. Even if that was a game that the thing the game did mechanically, I wouldn't do it. Well, it'll fix the stress. It'll fix the stress. Unfortunately, I can't do loops on Close Age. Promote them to mayor. If only I could do that on command. If only I could do that on command. Okay, so the good news is the number of dwarves in actual hospital has gone down quite a bit. That's the good news. Make them a messenger? I mean, then at that point I might as well just expel them because, like, I'm not really using messengers for anything. At least not right now. Expelling ads for interesting arcs. You're not wrong. I need some reason to, like, put dwarves into a murder coaster, though. Maybe tantrums just get, like, expelled. And dwarves that commit actual crimes, whatever we deem those crimes are, or to be, those dwarves get put into the minecart cannon. Convict platoon? Maybe. I mean, I could just put them in the military and just, like, force them. But the problem is if like, they go melancholic or something, they won't be able to do anything. Like, they'll be completely useless in the military. Is the issue with that. The suicide? Sure. It's more of a sewer ride, but than a slide specifically. At enemies only if there's enemies to shoot them at, which isn't guaranteed. But I can't shoot them, or rather, the way I'm setting this up, I won't be able to shoot dwarves out of the cannon. They won't be dwarves because they will be in a minecart full of lava for, like, a good... There might be, like, a flaming, smoldering something flying at the enemies, but it won't be the dwarf anymore. Yeah, but in Will Smith's voice, Dragstark. Except instead of it being a suicide squad, it's just suicide for his career squad. So did you guys see the live performance of Dwarf Fortress music that's going to be happening? The chats seem to be going on about the roller coaster idea. I think I might have to do that one just for the bit. So I saw this on Discord. This was shared on the KitFox Discord. It's going to be live streamed too. It's going to be on a Saturday. Let me just grab the link or redo. Or just read the information. It's in my Discord in the game news section. Here's the poster. The Ballads of Earth and Ore. I read that as ire. Or maybe it's ire. Anyway, it's Saturday, May 16th at 6 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be live streamed there and there. But it's the Washington Metropolitan Gamer Symphony Orchestra, whatever. I didn't know they had a Gamer Symphony Orchestra, but apparently they do. So if you're anywhere near Northern Virginia Community College, maybe you could go. I assume there's tickets for sale. There's here's a more info thingy if you want it. It's the for the event. I don't know. Seems neat. As a enjoyer of video game music, I would like to watch the live stream. I'm happy they're live streaming it. I hope it's archived somewhere too. So yeah, I don't know. I just thought I'd mention it because it seems like an interesting thing, if nothing else. I doubt that Dabu and Simon are going to be there, but I presume that they're involved at least in the like notation and whatnot of it. But I feel like it would state if they were going to be there. I would presume it's just like, you know, third-party performers playing their music. What's the link again? It's on Discord, Flurf, which I think you're on the Discord. Oh, wait, never mind. You were talking about Legends. Mabi! Legends.blindirl.net. You could bookmark it. Yeah, see, the thing is, nobody needs therapists in Dwarf Fortress. Like, if you still need therapists, then you're not even playing the same game as us anymore. This is, or you are clearly not a programmer and not able to just go update it yourself, because it is open source. So you could just go update therapist, but nobody actually needs therapist anymore, mate. But we did get Dwarf Fortress music live in concert before GTA 6. Sorry, I was running on automatic, which you probably figured out, I presume, Flurf. Also, hey, Creed. Okay, so I gotta connect these. This is the big drop. I don't want to go down too far. I would say you should... This isn't financial advice. But didn't the price of, like, the PlayStation just go up? Or it's, like, about to go up? I'm not saying you should just put it on credit, but, like, this is one of those rare times where that might actually not be the worst idea. April 1st or 2nd, yeah. There is no point in history where I've been less interested in buying a console. It's kind of not wild, because like I've never been a console person kind of at all. But I didn't think that it was possible for me to be less interested in a console, and they've managed to do it. Gonna get rid of all this and work with it when we get there. And on Giles, thank you very much for the 17 months. Appreciate you greatly. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. I mean, you can play a game on a couch without a console. Like, I do that. I also like playing games on a couch. I agree. But you don't need a console to do that. It's certainly the convenient way to do that. You were John Half-Life? So you were John for half of your life? Why'd you change your name? Did you not like the name John? The next thing I'm going to need to do is I haven't made a tavern for this fortress yet. And it's been like 4 years. I'm debating making a tavern for this fort at all. I might. I also might not. You finally caught a stream for the first time in 2 years? Did you watch me 2 years ago? What's up, Abelot? Or Abeloft? You know, I've never been a big proponent of the PC Master Race outside of memes. But I will say it is certainly the option that makes more sense to me. Purely because, like, you know, a computer kind of feels like an investment. You know, okay, here's an example of, like, the difference between consoles and computers for me. A computer is like purchasing a vehicle that you can do multiple things with. You know, it has many a use case. Maybe it can do a little bit of off-roading. It can drive in the snow, but like you could take it camping, but it's also really good. It has really good gas mileage. That is a PC, right? Like there's multiple things you can do with it. An Xbox is like buying a converted dune buggy with no floor, but you live somewhere where you can only use it like 8 weeks of the year in the summer because the rest of the time it rains too much or it's snowy or it's cold. And there is no way to like put a cover on it. Whereas purchasing a Nintendo is like, I would say buying a dirt bike, but Nintendo's not that cool. I was going to say electric scooter, but also maybe not. What's a mobile phone in this analogy? You can't get anywhere with a mobile phone. Nintendo's like buying a boat. It's great year-round, but only for certain use cases. Basically, luxury things that you are nice, but you don't need. Shoes, then? That's... I don't know. It doesn't fit in the analogy in my brain, so... It's really your audio player these days, and for fighting games? Your audio player? Huh. Like, do you play CDs in it? Or do you just use, like, a Spotify interface? I don't know what I would use a PlayStation for these days. You were an Xbox gamer, you never looked back after the switch to PC. The first PC was $600, overheated. You replaced the heat sink for $50 and never had issues with it ever again, and your friend still uses it with the 660 Ti. I mean, if you're just playing, like, Valorant, yeah. Like, depending on what your friend uses it for, yeah, that makes tons of sense. Fuck yeah. Like a classic Marantz receiver? Sorry, I like antique audio stuff, so when I see things like... I hooked up a Marantz receiver, I go, ooh, shiny brushed steel? Fuck yeah, dude. I love those things. Those things are beautiful. There was piece of audio gear shared on the Discord, which could have been shared, and I would almost say should have been shared on the Fluxer as well, but Psychosis posted this. Sorry, I really like this era of receivers. I have a realistic, really nice, like 200-watt receiver that I want to get restored, but it would probably cost me less to restore it than it would be to buy the parts to restore it. So, because they just already have the parts in bulk. Okay, let's obsidian for this last tile. So with that there, let's go up slowly. So I'm probably just going to go around the edge of this with Gabbro. But let's see where I can put obsidian right now. This is going to be kind of a pain in the ass to do, but this is going to be kind of a pain in the ass to do. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do here, there's tons of stuff over here I still need to get rid of. What I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to make another front door. I wasn't going to use this for anything initially because I was like, oh, this is actually like kind of in too awkward of a spot to use for much. But what if I actually use this as the front door? What if I actually use this as the front door? So basically what I need is I need all the way down to there. So let's just keep digging this out. That'll bring us down to here. That'll get us down to there. This can be priority 7. They'll work on that over the next little bit. And then that will not get us down as far as we need to be, but once we get down to there, I can dig this out and use that as the front entrance. And then they can just use this as the front gate. Although... That's a bit of a problem. Maybe I could use this lower one as the front gate. And I'll use this. I'll do something else with this. Maybe I'll use this as like a one-shot one. I don't know. But maybe we'll go beneath it and use this as the front gate. So what I could actually do is I could go underneath you. Out to there. Dig this up, and then I can channel down for an entryway once they've dug it out, and then I can build over all this, and it'll be fine. As do I, as my intros might say. Or might make clear, I don't know. Okay, well, let's go. I'm still trying to rewire my brain to not pause the game all the time. Because I've been in that mode for so long now. Dodok, I still got dwarves I gotta bury. Well, maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. The last invader finally fled. It's fun when you've got stragglers, hey? I mean, hell, we had stragglers. I think I'm just going to do this a slightly different way. Let's do it this way. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. And then I will replace those tiles with walls. One at a time. Bahototh, it's very, very easy to mod that into the game. Besides, there's a recreation of it. It's the main menu theme, or a remaster of it. but that is extremely easy to just mod into the game. There's like at least 2 different music mods on the workshop that will either completely replace the current soundtracks in the game with the old stuff, or alternatively add the old stuff into the new mix, which is the route I would go, honestly. I'm actually not sure why I don't use that one. That's a mod that like would make sense for me to use. Also, you made Theralite, right, Bautoth? Why didn't you give your kid a free key for your game? Because there's a review on your game that says that my dad made this game, but doesn't say this game was received for free. What? Really? Like it wasn't redeemed from a key? Like you gave me one. Anyway, I find that really funny, but it looks cool. I need to check it out. We'll do. We'll definitely do. Made his kid buy it. Ah, okay. One coded, one pixel. Oh, okay. Got it. That's funny. I was gonna ask about the pixel art because the pixel art's nice. It's got kind of like an Among Us-ish look. Who's the coder and who's the pixel art, if I can ask? You haven't tried playing Dwarf Fortress since you got the 9800X 3D. You should try draining an ocean and see the FPS. I will tell you, Abeloft, I did that recently, although it was a very, 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 very big ocean. It was like 50 Z levels worth of ocean. It was on this world if you want to go find the actual map for it. And it took about 4 hours to drain the whole ocean at like 4 frames a minute. But that is, I have a 7800X 3D, so that is a bigger CPU than I has. I think this might end up being like a battlements area down here, because I think the entryway is going to end up over here, right? So I could cut out like this whole corner as well, and like leave them exposed, and they could sit here with crossbows and just or bolt throwers or whatever. Co-designed by both. Neat. Well, you make nice pixels. Your squads can finally rest. It sounds like they've earned it. Round of beers for those squads. Equally scaled up, of course. Gotcha. The only time that kind of design ideal kind of worries me is like scalability and readability of text. So that would be my only concern there. But I was given a key for a game recently, which I didn't end up playing, called Alchemist's Alcove, which looks really neat. It kind of looks like a Rift Wizard sort of thing, but like if Rift Wizard was a crafting game, if you don't know what Rift Wizard is, it's a game about selecting different spells to make very, very complex chains of reactions to destroy your enemies, and it makes you feel really dumb while you're doing it, because like that's one of those games where it's like I don't think I'm smart enough to play it competently at all, but it's a neat game for what it is. And that game is like True Resolution, and the issue that I ran into it with it very quickly was like I find the text really difficult to read after a short period of time. Which means it would probably be real nice on like a Steam Deck or something, but you inherited your grandpa's receiver 15 years ago, plugged it in at work, blasting all morning. You like JVC because of how reliable the thing is. Find yourself like a, actually, you're still in the Greater Vancouver area, right, Creed? Like, you're still out there, right? Because I remember you were in that general vicinity. Innovative Audio in Surrey. If you ever need to get something repaired. It's not the cheapest, because it is a mom and pop shop. But they'll fix it. I've gotten quite a few rare audio components fixed there over the years, and they are very, very, very reliable. The other thing that I will say about that shop is sign up to their email list, because they do garage sales once or twice a year where just anybody brings whatever and puts it in the parking lot and sells it. I got a really nice set of speakers there a couple of years ago for like $50. So my only complaint is they don't maintain or repair cassette decks anymore. They used to, and so I got one repaired there, but they stopped doing it due to parts availability, and their cassette guy quit, as I understand it. Yeah, no, it's in regards to Dwarf Fortress's speed, Albeloft, when I got the 7800 X3D, my frame rate on Dwarf Fortress went from about 15 frames a second on the fort that I was currently playing to 70 frames a second flat. And I have a hard time pushing it below like whatever I have my frame rate cap set to. So for whatever that's worth, like, I don't know when you last played, but Dwarf Fortress is extremely performant these days. If like your standard is what it used to perform like. If your standard is literally every other video game on the market, then maybe I can't help you all that much. But if you remember what it used to play like, it is wild how well this game runs now. Absolutely wild. Okay, we'll put one there and one there, because then we're going to start working on this. So I still am going to need to like go around and find weak points, because this is going to take a little bit. It's going to take a little bit, because that's still got a ways to go too. It's got a ways to go. It's very possible that not all these dwarves have left. Yeah, you haven't left. Do you need a traction bench? Diagnosis required. Do I not have... Oh, my diagnoser's in the military and left. So, Jagged Venom Drinker, you are now a diagnoser. Go diagnose injury, please. And let's also throw in Crub the Grub, maybe. Back in the day, once you made a fortress in the middle of a continent, and you had the fortress for 90 years and nothing happened, and no forgotten beast or anything, or elves or human or goblin invasion, did you attack anything? Because if you're far away from things, that'll still happen. It's all good. Don't ever apologize for your English. It makes me read and question why my English is worse than yours. I started off 1 year ago. You're still pretty noob. Yeah, that's fair. Accidentally saw your YouTube content and you immediately loved it. You're awesome. Well, cheers. Appreciate it. Yeah, you don't need to apologize for your English. It's totally fine. You remember getting 3 FPS during a goblin visit? So 70 FPS on a big fort feels like a miracle. Mate, when people comment on my YouTube videos and they're like, I can't stay above 30 FPS on my fort. What am I doing wrong? And I'm like, well, how many dwarves do you have? And they're like, 350. I'm like, well, that's why. Like, that's amazing that you have such a high frame rate. Holy shit. It's like the 2 different kinds of people. It's like, man, the game runs so badly. I can't keep it above 30 frames a second. And then me. Oh my god, my game is running above 10? That's insane. 2 days away from the closest goblin hold? That seems like a bug then. I don't know. That seems like a bug. Unless you only had like 20 dwarves in your fort. Otherwise, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine then. Also, different eras of the game were very different with like enemy threats and stuff. What do I have for bars at the moment? I've got 4 iron bars. How much steel do I have? I'm very scared. I'm very scared that baddies are going to show up at the fortress. Or rather, I'm very scared that lava is going to splash out of the bottom of this and burn my chains. So I want like the first 2 levels to be made of iron or steel. Like that. Just got a bunch of stuff to get rid of. Whole lot of stuff to get rid of. What do I have in weapons, if anything? Iron battle axe, melt that. Could start just burning these wooden weapons because I don't need these. Kind of useless if you think about it. Same with all these spears. I could melt the iron picks, but keep the steel ones. Okay. You can go away, because that's a turkey. I was like, why is there a skeleton there named Dodok that looks like a dwarf? But no, it's a turkey. It's literally, actually, I could probably bury you, can't I? Can I not? No. Never mind. I was like, let's give it to you. No. Well, actually, I could do it this way. Okay, so Lycott claims it. Tisk. Yeah. Whatever. It's not gonna bother. Just keep it dwarves only. Just throw out the turkey. If I can't specify who's going into it, then I'm not gonna bother. Okay. You are still in hospital. What do you need? Crutch required. Time for some strength training. Let's do lead splints. These dwarves are going to be real slow initially and then get real strong. How you doing, Deep Space? How's things, man? So will dwarves. Real gamer cow. Absolutely they will. So will clothing, so will anything. That's not really the reason you don't want to use them. You just don't want to use them because they're not very effective. That's why you don't want to use them. Good for you, Bismuth. You were looking at your Steam games and thought, I started playing Hunter the Call of Wild last year, but I never quite got with it. Last played June 26, 2020. I started playing that in 2016. Some migrants have arrived. Fresh dwarves for the meat grinder. Hey, chat, this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people gift subs to your bits and use primes. If you happen to have a prime subscription available, do think about me. And if you gift a sub right now, you get number 1 on the gift sub leaderboard, and it costs $1.01 in bits to get number 1 on the bits leaderboard. You dream of mastering a skill, I shall put you in a squad. Hopefully you're not making lies about it. You're an animal caretaker in a siege op. Maybe I'll just leave you as a siege operator then. You're an expert mace dwarf. Yeah. Obviously you can do that, and your sheep will get put down with the other livestock far away. Far, 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 far away. Some stupid fisher dwarf with delusions of grandeur. We don't do that here. Oh, I was going to leave you to do other things. Because you've got squad skills, so automatically put you in. You were previously of the Company of Crafting? Oh, I see. Like, squads are returning. But also... That's a little confusing as to why you returned. What about you? Let's throw you in there. Throw you in there. You're a bone doctor. I'll keep you here. It's a big migrant wave. You know, for a fortress with, like, no sleeping arrangements and, like, very few beds and, like, a lot of stress and distress, dwarves are, like, oddly happy with their living situation. I gotta say. They're, like, kind of okay with being here. "2020 feels like last year to you?" That's just part of getting older. Like, time speeds up as you age. This is a very, very well-known and documented phenomenon. You give items to there. That's how that's supposed to go. I want to get these emptied. Actually, I could just delete this stockpile. That's the other food stockpile, which I can also get rid of. Because all this stuff should just get moved down here, like ASAP. I've got mail. What do you mean I've got mail? Because of all the migrants? Tarantine, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Hey, you got Nordstrom. That's Nordstrom's 11th month of subscription. Appreciate you, man. Jack, can I get a round of beers? For the very kind Tartine. Dropping that 5-pack. Thanks for helping pay the bills. I do appreciate you. I do have to say, if the world's economy gets worse, I might start seeking out sponsorships for the YouTube videos. Because there will become a point where I feel like I'm putting too much pressure on the audience. Like, I don't mind basically being an e-beggar and asking for money constantly when the economy is fine, but when things get kind of fucked, it starts to feel bad. So I like being a very crowd-funded channel, so I want to stay that way as long as possible. But it's not a positive thing, and I also wouldn't take a sponsorship from Raid because I would be picky. Jesus. You should know that. I have standards. But I really don't want to do that, so that would be like more or less a sign of failure from my perspective. But I don't know. I'm going to give it like probably until summer, because summer is traditionally like the slow season for me. So we'll see what summer looks like. And if things just get worse, then it probably will happen eventually. But hopefully it doesn't need to. You gladly skip over a sponsored segment. I will say, I'm going to keep the streams sponsor-free forever. That's never going to change. Like, there will be mid-rolls, and that is it. Because I know what that market is like, and it sucks. Like, there's been very few things in my time in this industry that have made me consider quitting, and having to like actively seek out marketing sponsorships and partnerships for the stream made me consider quitting at one point. So it's just such a soul destroying thing. YouTube videos are a little bit less absurd. Like, they're still absurd, but a little bit less absurd, because it's like, this is just a mid-roll ad, so you basically like get paid to put a mid-roll ad into it, and that's kind of it. And then once the ad is over, then, you know. Okay, we've still got injured dwarves. I'm just going to throw somebody else in. Somebody who isn't injured. Like Zolban. So this squad could actually come back. Vabok as well. Throw Sodel in there. It depends on how global the economy is, Kage Jatai. Like, you are very much correct, yes. But it also depends on the, how do I put this? The location of the person who's doing the sponsoring. Because not everybody is based somewhere where the economy is currently getting fucked, right? It's just 60% of the audience that that watches my stuff is in a place where the economy is getting fucked. It's getting bent over and railed repeatedly, so I don't know. I don't know. But currently, this stream is brought to you by Blind IRL and those who keep throwing bits, gifts, and subs at the stream. So thanks for helping me do that. And thanks for helping keep this channel completely crowdfunded and independent. I have quite a bit of runway, though, so we should be okay for a while. But I'm also, you know, not dumb and will look at options if I need to. Check your primes if you don't have the extra dimes. as we slowly dig down. Calcium's there, yeah.
Going to try to catch more streams.
You just need a slightly bigger net. I'm sure you can catch them. Appreciate you, Gamer Cal. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That's what makes it so, like, Fox named tacos in YouTube chat. What is in a taco named Fox? Or well, actually, no, if it's a fox named tacos, then you're a fox named tacos, I guess. Anyways, in that sorry, that sentence was a sentence I thought way too hard about in my YouTube chatter. Yeah, they say that the favorite part about this is this economy downturn was completely avoidable. Absolutely. I mean, that's the case for a lot of economy downturns. There's almost always a source of the problem that was completely avoidable if people cared. But that is not the reality that we live in, and it's unfortunate that we don't live in that reality, or in a reality where people cared, I guess. Iron chain. Let's do 7. What time of year is it? It is late spring, which means I'm going to get to do a lot of trading really soon. So whoever I trade with needs access to here. I'm going to go down to here. We'll do granite. Granite will look nice here. Let's actually just do that priority number 1 because I kind of just want that done. I'm not gonna lie, Creed. That's probably a good skill to figure out at some point in your life, you know? Like, I've been pretty openly talking about this with chat recently, where it's like, it actually makes some of the few trolls, which I don't get very often, even funnier, because a lot of them are just like, you know, when people, there's like this brand of trolling that I don't really have a word for in my head, or like people who try to be mean on the internet, and their way to be mean on the internet is to just give you good advice because they assume you don't do it. So things like cook a healthy meal, pick up a hobby, call your mom, that sort of thing. Go to the gym. And one of the funnier ones is just like, learn to cook. And I get that one every now and again. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I made chili with like chickpeas and some chicken that I froze because I bought it on sale a couple weeks ago. And it was real good. I used 2 of the hot peppers that I grew last year. Which I did. It was delicious. You don't even understand them. It's just, you know, it's literally just people who like make very distant judgments and then often like slam into a wall with their own stupidity without even realizing it. It's maybe one of the most unintentionally funny types of trolls I get. Not even a single serving rice cooker. Get like, you know, like a 3-cup rice cooker for like $25 and just like make rice and then put it in the fridge, because rice lasts for like a week in the fridge. As long as it's not like sitting in water, like it'll dry out a little bit, but like you can spin up some fried rice. Like one of my meal prep things is I make 2 cups of rice at the beginning of the week, and then I make fried rice for the rest of the week. Time to go to the store. I mean, I need to go to the store tonight too, so I'm in the same boat, dude. You get takeaway way more often than you should. It's, you know, I was in that habit for a bit too. But that was like peak pandemic. I'm going to pause the game. But I go out maybe more often than I should. Like, go out, order drinks kind of thing. But I eat dinner before I leave because it's cheaper. And the main reason I do it is because I know that if I don't have any social outlets in my life, and I know that Sometimes when the ads are about to run, so I'll just let them run. You always think about the energy of the vampire guy from What Do We Do in the Shadows? Yeah, I don't know. I always have this weird thought in my head, House of Max, when I am responding to a troll, which usually I'm doing to just try and get them to engage more, because it's like actually good for YouTube, and also because I think they're funny. But one of the funniest things that like I think to myself is like, am I arguing with an actual child? Like, am I like actuallying like a 15-year-old? Because some of them write like that, where it's just like, or like they'll mention like nothing of this sort has happened since 2010. What are you even talking about? And I'll just be like, are you saying that you don't have any cognitive memory from before 2010? Because that's what that reads like. Which would mean that you were born in like 05. And yes, I realize somebody born in 05 is like not a child anymore, but that's a child to me, okay? Maybe you were born in 09. I don't know. Yeah, I try to just imagine that people are either ill-informed or immature, you know? I will be honest with you, Real Gamer Cow. You want to know what I do for beans? If I decide I'm going to make beans, it's not the sort of thing that you can decide the day of that you're going to make. I take a pot, whatever I'm going to cook them in, I put them into the pot and stick them in the fridge and forget about them. And like 3 days later, you boil them for 30 minutes and then you have beans. Like literally that's how I make beans. I'll stick them in a pot in water and forget about them. That's how I make beans. You need to learn to pressure can some soups. Do you know how to do normal canning? Bullet Hail? You can see blind counting as beans. I've never once counted beans. I do weigh them, though. Because I know how many servings of, like, kidney beans I get if I know how many grams they are. Also, I should have checked my Dexcom before that ad ran, because I need to go get myself some additional insulin with breakfast. I used a different, like, set of ingredients for my smoothie this morning. My blood sugar's going up a little bit. I will be right back. You definitely do not trust yourself enough to not give yourself botulism with canning. It depends on what you're canning. Get into pickling. I don't know where you live, so this might not be as relevant for you, but I'm just gonna open up the image. This is on Amazon.ca. Is this gonna show my? I don't like Amazon because it always shows your not your address. Let's see if I can go to the official website. There we go. That's even better. Official website. I have this book. I could just go grab the book, but it's in the other room. I have the book that Bernardin makes, which is this book, The Complete Book of Home Preserving. Literally, like, if you want to get into canning, I see you pickle a lot of stuff. Cucumbers, pickles, beans, daikon, etc. Yeah, sure. This 2 thumbs up. Like, literally, it is, like, you want, like, like, it'll give you the exact mathematical formula for your altitude to know how long to pressure something. Like, it is, mwah. Like, if you're scared of pressure canning, but you know how to do pickling, just, that book's like $25. Like, seriously, it's very, very, very helpful. Sometimes you see people with like username 2010s, and I realize that I've played some of the games I do longer than they have been alive, and it makes you feel pretty old that you're not. There's a YouTube channel that I watch, and every once in a while he raids me here on Twitch. King Dragonheart in YouTube chat. His name's AKA Mike B. And he just kind of stated on one of his streams once, or maybe it was back when he did that podcast, Don't Get Your Hopes Up, that his kid is younger than Star Citizen. It's like, that is a sentence that makes my head hurt a little bit. One day you will give pressure canning a try. You do enjoy pickling things. Pressure canning is neat, but the biggest issue that I think I have with all canning and pickling is sometimes it's one of those things where it's more expensive to can it at home than it is to just buy it, which is a little frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. It is a little frustrating. Egg the Viking. Thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Egg the Viking? Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you, mate. I think for me, when it comes to money in streams, as long as I maintain the 70% split with Twitch, I'm not panicking or upset or concerned. At that point, you'll start seeing me doing subathons. But until then, we're good. And I would need to lose like 30% of my Twitch subs for that to happen. That'll go right next to your big book of maker skills. What kind of stuff's in big book of maker skills? Bullet hail. Also, adding lemon into water, that is absolutely true. King Dragonheart in YouTube chat says that they're younger than Shrek. That also makes me feel old. I remember when Shrek was in theaters, and my mom and dad wouldn't let me see it because they said it was rude and full of potty humor. And then like a year later, we watched it, and my mom and dad laughed louder than I did, and I didn't think it was very funny. So that was my experience with Shrek. They don't even get dental. Might actually be one of my favorite jokes in a cartoon from that era. They don't even get dental. Was Terminator 2? I know you want to know what first movie I saw in theaters was? Toy Story 2. And it had an ad. This is very much little kid blind lore, so just note that I'm being very vulnerable with this right now, okay? Please don't be mean. In Toy Story 2, in theaters, there was a commercial for the live-action Inspector Gadget movie, and I had nightmares for like 6 months. I know it's Inspector Gadget, but I was so fucking afraid of going to a movie theater. Like, I was like, I don't know, 6 or something when that movie came out. I didn't go see another movie in the yeah, that's Toy Story 1 has some scary fucking things in it, Wispy. Not so much with Toy Story 2. I didn't go see another movie in theaters for maybe like 5+ years. Like I had to wait like the entire span of my life before I wasn't too scared to go to a movie theater again. On the copycat recipe book that your sister-in-law got you. You know, it's a really good YouTube channel. Since we're talking about like middle-aged frugalism, which is really what this is, like just how to be frugal as like somebody who's in either like your late 20s to like late 40s. There's a YouTuber named Glenn and Friends, which I think actually Darius, I don't know if Darius is here at the minute, but Darius from Twitch chat pointed me towards ages ago. I recommend Glenn and Friends a whole lot. He's just a really wholesome Canadian guy who cooks very simple recipes. So if you need to learn how to cook, Glenn and Friends. Watch Glenn and Friends. There was something about the transformation sequence in the ad that just like horrified me, which like, you know, I also had no context for the cartoon of Inspector Gadget. In fact, I didn't even know that a cartoon existed for Inspector Gadget until like a good couple of years later. I think if I knew that the cartoon existed, it wouldn't have freaked me out as much as it did. Like, I think it would have been a much more, like, I would have had some sort of either positive association or like some awareness of it. But because I had no awareness of it and it was just this creepy, weird thing that I didn't understand, like, that was one of the most traumatic experiences of like that age of my childhood. Okay, all of these squads are back now. Let's just watch the last one. Because we attacked this tent, we're invading some kobolds with almost no weapons. And the reason we're doing this is I need to teach my dwarves some skills, but I don't want to do that in my fortress. So I'm attacking very small non-faction targets that won't invade me. The Dwarf Rackist's tactical planning was superior to the kobold, and the attackers had a positional advantage in Galafakariger. We killed their leader, apparently. Conjure Orb was the dwarf who struck down the kobold Klimis. Kobold was struck down by another dwarf. Good. Another kobold was struck down by another dwarf. The dwarves have weapons. They don't have gear. Apparently they looted treasure? An iron spear, an iron anvil, 25 iron arrows, and an iron shilloholdis, and 1 gold bar and an iron bow. That's better than like what I get from most goblins. Maybe it's because the kobolds stole it all. Huh. All right, well, we'll go get him again, I guess. Don't mind if I do. Dang. That's pretty good, actually. Just gonna fill up the, some extra space, because I don't need too many dwarves. Like if I pause for a second. Yeah, see, a good chunk of them have weapons, and the ones that don't, oh well, it's fine. And you, Gorg and then some, are learning. I mean, you've got a bunch of teeth missing, your ear is mangled, your nose is mangled. Honestly, it adds to the effect. You've killed 2 elves so far. As far as your combat skills go, your novice ambusher, yeah, that's what we need to train. Get that up, because we're gonna be we're gonna be at this for a while. No, I don't want to do these 2. Just do a little bit of an overhang over here. was arachnophobia. You had to check the bathroom toilets for years. There's a video that I saw. I don't know what website it was on. It might have been YouTube. It might have been something else. But I saw this video. It may have even been a GIF of a person in New York. And I just remember a voice in the background of the video saying, "Oh, no. It's coming back up. It's coming back up. No, just wait. It's coming. It's coming. Okay, just give it a second. It'll pop back up." And it's pointing at a toilet in a bathroom, and then a rat comes out of the toilet. And I have to say, that image has stayed in my head for so long. And while I didn't check toilets for years, because of that, that was truly a bit of a traumatic experience for me watching that video. Chat, for reinforced walls, gabbro, andesite, nice, or glass. It was that day that I learned that rats can hold their breath for 11 minutes. I actually don't know what's the densest. Yeah, the kobolds are good at getting good loot, apparently, King Dragon, in YouTube chat. Known for its durability. I think it's really hard in Dwarf Fortress, but, like, when it breaks, it breaks. I've never actually seen arachnophobia. I've heard about arachnophobia. I've never actually seen arachnophobia. The, like, movie that, like, wrecked a generation that I saw very early on was Final Destination. Although I unironically love the Final Destination. I think gabbro is the densest. Could use gabbro. We're gonna do gabbro and then lead. I know that lead isn't super strong, but this will be stronger than normal walls. That was a fun movie. Although, I think it's more Final Destination 2 that really affected a generation. And not because, like, it scarred them necessarily. It just taught you, do not drive behind logging truck. Under no circumstances do you behind the logging truck. Comprende? Do not the logging truck, chat. Under no circumstances do you behind the logging truck. For a few months was Midsummer? I have a question. Were people messed up by Hereditary? Because I wasn't messed up by Midsummer. And I also really wasn't messed up by Hereditary. Like, Hereditary was a lot. But I think the last movie that messed me up was The Babadook, probably. I'm really curious about how they're going to get into the fort right now. Just the wagons scaling the side of the mountain is almost as fun to watch as just like... Oh, I see. Okay, so I did actually just dig through this. It's almost as much fun to watch as like a horse scaling a wall in Skyrim. And here comes the second human caravan. I need to clear these trees out, actually. And also these trees out. Elves already don't like me, so might as well help. Oh, I live on an island, and trust me, there is an actual cult that is active on my island. Maybe not my island. On this island, what I live on. There is an actual cult that owns businesses that is in active operation, and I know where it is. Like an actual, just go look up Yellow Deli. Do they have a cool name? Sure. They make nice cookies. I'll say that much. They make nice cookies. And apparently really good sandwiches. I actually don't know how good the cookies actually are. They look good, but I haven't personally consumed any of them. No, okay, no, like real, like dangerous. I realize that Scientology is a dangerous cult, but I mean like not really socially accepted cults. This place. Actual cult. Just look up Yellow Deli on Wikipedia. It'll give you the TLDR. But actual cult. And I'm not saying this as like a joke. Actual cult. Where like midsummer shit could happen. I'll just read the TLDR on the Wikipedia page. Give me a second. The 12 tribes, formerly known as the Vine Christian Community Church, or Northeast Kingdom Community Church, or the Masonic communities, or the Community Apostolic Order, which is described as either a cult or a new religious movement, was founded by Gene Spriggs, and it was it sprang out of the Jesus movement. Blah 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 blah. The group's origins. Okay, where's the group has been criticized for beliefs and practices, including its supremacist views towards Black and Jewish people. The group's teachings have been characterized as racist, misogynistic, and homophobic. Its ex-members of it accuse it of inflicting excessive corporal punishment, failing to stop child abuse, and exploiting members for labor, and authorities removed 40 children from the group in Germany after a journalist showed evidence of child abuse, and the action was upheld by the European Court of Human Rights. That's... Yeah. But they make sandwiches, so... I'm on lists for a living, it's fine. It's fine. Just curious how this side is getting. Wait, what? That's a bug. They're not supposed to be able to do that. How long have they done that? Could someone clip that? Because that's not supposed to happen. They're not supposed to be able to get that whole wagon through that tiny little hole. What was the pop-up? My mayor got reelected. The fuck? It's because I don't really have local access to water, Abrax. So I'm just using those because they're closer. There is water in the caverns, so I might bring those up later, but I need power here. They're only 40 power per, so they get giant quickly. It is such a pleasant place, blah, 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 blah. You've carved out for yourselves, yada, yada. All right, let's pause game for a real quick second here. I need power. Rollers, up, fast, yes. I'm just gonna go nearest. Yes, it will fit. It's like fitting the square wagon through the round hole. It's very much what that looked like to me. Because that's not supposed to happen. They're just supposed to, you know, be like, I can't make it. So that's truly bizarre. Oh, I need to start the other side. We'll just go max speed now. I only need to do this once. That's the good news. Unless it breaks, and then I need to do it again. But I should only need to do this once. Basically what I'm doing is I'm giving these minecarts a way to get out of where they're going to be dumped into lava so that they can refill. So I'm powering them basically up like a very, very fast powered roller coaster chain up these ramps and out, and each level needs to be powered, so that's what that's for. That's what all of the windmills are for, etc. So that is the base level. So when all of those are built, then I just need... I don't think I'm going to need to fill this whole thing up with power. If I am, that's going to kind of suck, but it shouldn't take too long. I can do a test run, though, once those are done. I would like you to bring iron. Just bring me iron ore, actually. I really hope they brought me iron ore. I did request iron ore, so... Let's request... You know what? Actually, let's request coal. Windows and cut gems. Got it. And let's do stuff. Things and stuff. Anyways, I'm not advocating for you to join a cult or to harass the people in the cult, but, like, it's a fun rabbit hole if you want to fall into it, but it gets very real very quickly when you're like, oh, wow, that's, like, actually there and happening and, like, real. But yeah, there's a few locations in Canada that they have that I'm aware of, and one of them is on the island here, so. There's probably some less public cults, too. That wouldn't surprise me at all, actually. Considering, like... I was talking to somebody who I vaguely recognized from a number of years ago, actually, at a metal show a couple weeks ago. It was like 2 weeks ago now. It was right after I got the splint off my foot. And I mentioned that, like, you know, I hadn't seen him in a long time. And he's like, yeah, well, you know, when the pandemic happened and everybody started getting kind of weird, I decided that the best thing to do would just be to go move to the woods. So for the last, he's like, for the last 5 years, my nearest neighbor was 1,100 kilometers away. Almost. I was like, what? Like, when you realize just how much Canada exists, it gets very understandable, like, how you could feasibly be in a place where you just don't see other people. Figurines are contraband. Can't sell figurines. I'll keep the goblets. It's fine. I like how they're lining up like this. So a forgotten beast that breathes fire has arrived. Its name is Nuitha. It is a great three-eyed kinglet, a burb. It has a spindly antenna and it grins and fidgets. Its dark pink feathers are downy. Beware its fire. That shouldn't be able to get into the fortress. Looks pretty cool, though. If it can, we're all dead, though. So the area that I am getting... Oh, well, there is another forgotten beast. There's this one. The malign merc of Arches, who killed Naguk, another forgotten beast. So the malign merc of Arches is a blob of grime and filth. It had 2 short tails. It now only has 1. None, actually. And it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poison vapors. Maybe it'll poison them? Some ads are about to play chats. When they start, I will pause the game. Where people think pencils are made? What do you mean? In a village I grew up in, a cult... In the village you grew up in, a cult moved in a couple of years after you left. Okay, I read that as like you grew up in a cult village. After a few years you left. Oi. That is a lot of merchants, good lord. Can I ask why that is, Flurf, or is that too identifying to where you grew up? Okay, never mind. I don't even know what that is. This is the same world, same faction. Maybe a day's travel to the west from the previous fort. Ibrex in YouTube chat. That is the previous fort. There's After Casket right there. We're right here. And there is the fortress we took over at the beginning. Bolted Fissure. The Paint of Hurricanes. And if I actually check the... civilizations. Yeah, there's a new queen, but Micah's still around. Got the hell out at 18. Yeah, that's fair. If any could guess, right. Yeah, no, that's way outside of my realm of knowledge. Let's see how the dwarves did against the kobolds this time. We snuck in undetected, and we stole treasure. Well, okay, I will rampage this time then. Pillage. Once all the squaddies are back. Greetings, noble dwarf. There is much to discuss. There's so much diplomacy to do every season, so if I start skipping through it, that's why. They want rings and crowns. Well, that's easy. Oh, I should sell bows. Because I ain't using no bows. You have the steamboat Ticonderoga here in a museum. Oh, that's nifty. One of my favorite things in the about streaming is when I'll just be, chilling and streaming, right? And then somebody in the chat will just be like, something that's oddly specific about where they live, and then somebody else in chat will be like, hey, I think I live next door to you, or like I live in the same or like I live close by. And the funniest one that ever happened that I like to bring up because it amuses me, so some apologies if you've heard this story before, but I had a viewer who mentioned that he worked for Microsoft. And then somebody else piped up in chat and said, wait, what building? And he said what department he was in. He's like, I'm in security in this building. And then they had lunch together. Genuinely the funniest interaction I've ever had because of Twitch. Or caused to happen, I guess. Small world, or maybe just a lot of people work for Microsoft. Oh, skirt was what I was looking for. Yeah, okay. I already did all that. Tweet. My broker is very vehemently praying. Let's see what we got for treasure this time. Quartzite bracelet, a wild boar ivory amulet, a Rami loincloth, and another iron instrument. Well, that's fucking cool, man. Is anybody still in the hospital, or are they all out? They are, in fact, all out. Do I have to? Okay, anyone can trade, whatever. I'll train some backups if I must. The goal here is to simply acquire food, which is pretty straightforward. Okay, so let's see what I need. There's the bows. But because I'm like trading with multiple people at a time, I do actually have to be like kind of smart about how I trade. Because if I'm not super smart, then there we go. We'll just trade. So that's the top one. Second one, bars. Okay. Coal, hematite, coal, hematite. I may actually use the coal to make glass, but I'm actually just gonna buy all that, because why not? Buy all the wood. Buy the shields. Buy all the anvils. Anvils are just real good for melting down, so I've been buying them. Let's see if he'll take that. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I will not give you all of that. I will give you one additional. That's what I will do. Best I can do is one additional ring. Maybe the trader will actually come over now. Once he's done eating. God damn it. You have one job, Tekken. Okay. Anyone requested a depot. Just somebody come here and trade. Doesn't matter who. Somebody. Muds are how you taught yourself. See, that would... Muds is essentially just like a gamified terminal, right? Like when you look at it in simple terms. So mark all maybe? Let's see if they'll take it. Haha, they did. Well, that's good. So now I'm out of trading stuff. Let's go gold mine carts. Gold mine carts, very good trade good, by the way. Like 1,500 dwarf bucks minimum. Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm also just going to grab these squads and just refresh them. Melee metal armor. Most of these are melee metal armor, so that's good. Dwarves are slowly starting to get more armed. Let's send them back out. Let's go and pillage. And there they go. How many can a caravan take on average? It's based on weight. So you can see their total weight capacity in the like bottom left. I'll show you. So down here you can see their allowed weight. If they don't have like, if they don't have a ton of wagons or something, like if it's just livestock that's carrying the stuff, they can't have that much weight. But if they have wagons, they can carry a lot more, like a huge amount more. So you can get quite a lot of mileage out of the wagons as far as weight goes, but you can still hit the maximum weight. But if you buy a bunch of stuff from them that's heavy, then they can, you know, carry more, essentially. I'm going to take these large greaves and leggings and stuff from them because I think I can trade for that. Perfect. Let's turn that off. And then I'm just going to do this. Just melt everything there, because they won't melt the stuff that they're trading, but melt that, and then we've got 4 hematite. Okay, I'll just do it once, one off. Make coke from lignite, bituminous coal, hematite. Circle mud and smog were all written in C. Makes sense, yeah. Taxes done. You're getting a refund of a whole $5.28. I owed an extra $2,850, which was good because we redid the math because we realized we missed something. So I would have owed like $4,500 otherwise. So, you know. It was fine. Could have gone worse. I was expecting to owe additional, so it is kind of fine. Like, actually fine. Let's also go into here. Let's do Gabbro, 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 and Gabbro. We'll do there, and there, and then there, and there. And then we'll keep channeling down. Pretty forage area. Oh, forage area, yeah. It's like, I'm not foraging. What do you mean? Forge, yes. I'm very happy with the with kind of the outline of this fort. I sort of just wanted it to be like an extension on the side of the volcano, which I think I'm achieving that. I think I've stopped making rock blocks. Or I've run out of obsidian because I'm not getting enough obsidian blocks specifically. It's like there's a little bit of obsidian there. I'm trying to keep the outer wall mostly obsidian, so I'm just gonna make you into that. It's shaping up well. Yeah, no, I'm quite happy with how it's looking. So let's also check something. Do I have any construction jobs that are paused at the minute? That are... No, I do not. Okay, so I'm gonna test run the minecarts. You guys wanna see a minecart test run? Because I honestly don't care if you do or not, because I want to see it. The trapper has been possessed. I need to see if this is going to work, because currently I don't know. So I'm going to lock this door, and I'm going to lock this door, and we're going to go pull this lever. So I need a round of beers for good luck, and if you're lurking and you like watching things go zoom, maybe now is a good time to look. Let's see. At least half of it's going to work. So they go down there, and then they fall, and then they come back up. Ha-ha! It works! Why is a dwarf in there? You shouldn't be in there, dwarf. Oops. I could have checked that. It needs some tuning, I think. Well, it's off now. Miraculously, I don't think anybody died. How the hell did you get in there? Diamond managed to make it out without any injuries. Well, that's awkward. Corey Fancy Pantsy was in there? Oh no. Kick Roast, the woodcraft has been found dead. Welp. How did they get in? Oh, duh. I should have forbid them first. You did see a body? Shh! No, you didn't. Lies and slander. Random dwarf, please. I will not give you that dwarf because that dwarf is really pissed off. How about this dwarf? Unless you want somebody with a beard, in which case we can go up by 2. So what is this contraption? Well, that was a test run of what is going to be a fully automatic minecart cannon. But I have to make sure that it works before I test it. They're not supposed to, Max Fong Records. I'm going to report that as a bug. Yikes. Seer. At least, well, it's one less mouth to feed, okay? But this one is good. Okay. You tend to make small mess with your own possessions. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She's often nervous and she doesn't often feel lustful. She can handle stress and she sometimes can act with a little determination and confidence. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and tenses up when she's nervous. She personally thinks that introspection is valueless and those that waste time on self-examination are deluded fools. She respects perseverance and is put off by family and values honesty and dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes copper and golden barrel as well as albatross leather and the color orchid pink. Low boots and goats for their eating habits and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics and the words of the sport of power and when possible prefers to consume short fin, mako shark and cave lobster and 2-humped camel cheese and celery, as well as fonio beer and red beans, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. You worship the god of death, which is fitting because your friends are dying. And you're a member of the Fortress Guard. It's good to have you. I will be right back, chat. I'm going to go rinse out my coffee mug. I keep on drinking phantom coffee. It's the effect of having an empty coffee mug and then drinking no coffee. So I will be back momentarily. May or may not also be taking a piss break. This isn't anything related to Dwarf Fortress, by the way, but one of the bands I saw the other day was called Phantom Lamb. And when I was walking back from my kitchen, I saw these on the counter. I was like, oh, I should show these. These are stickers for this band. That's one of them. And then this is the other one that I have. It's like A+. Also, it's like a tech death band. So, you know, the last song they played, right at the very end of their set, the vocalist comes out and says, or stands there and says, thanks very much for coming out early, because they were the opener. And it was still pretty quiet in there. And he says, we got one song left for you. It's about taking too many drugs and dying on the pavement. And there's just something about that. They were a vibe. It was a good time. So, I'm not going to lie, that hole's breaking my immersion a little bit here. It's kind of hurting my immersion a little bit. It's definitely it's wall breaking. I don't know which wall, but it's wall breaking. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'll just do this. We'll just plug this. Plug it. This is how they got in and out of the contraption, which I will turn on again in a second once they've locked it, sealed it off, which now it should be safe. And considering only one dwarf died, I think that's actually pretty good. Okay, so now that it's safe, I'm just going to assume that there's no dumb dwarves in there. So the idea is they swap tracks, but it looks like they're going to get stuck, so I might actually have to change the layout. But the good news is they are fast enough to make it around for multiple rounds. Oh, I also need to turn this power on. Oh, and I should also send those dwarves out. I mean, as a mission. Let's see how this last one did. We pillaged them again. Are we still hitting kobolds? Unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and we had a strong positional advantage. We led by dwarves, clashed with 2 kobolds, and we slay them. We took treasure. I don't think there's going to be much left. An elephant bone scepter and 25 bone arrows. And 25 iron arrows. That's pretty dope. Okay, so now I just need to wait for the power to kick in. Okay, so this is where things start to like break a little bit. Because you up here is a problem. So it's going to basically fire one volley and then stop, is the issue. I wonder if it doesn't actually loop all the way around, because maybe it's not. And also you get stuck here. Oh, I see. You just don't have a way up. Yeah, okay, I need to fix that. That one's easier to fix. So, like, the power being shut off makes them do this. Vroom. Okay, so let's open these doors up and fix that problem. Because this can be pulled again. So let's fix this, because that's the biggest issue. So that will get placed. That should be pretty quick. Whoa! I just saw a minecart fly by. Did somebody almost die? Hopefully not. I should have turned it off, left it off. It should be fine. Should be fine. Yeah, it's fine. Nobody died. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Nobody died. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. All the minecarts are accounted for. Sweet, 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 sweet. Now we can work safely, I think. So it seems like you go down here, and then you drop down to here, which then goes up, which then goes up to here, and then you go down, and then you go up, and then, yep, okay, thank you, game. That wasn't good timing. And then you go up to here, and then you go around the outside, and then you go up to here. So these two should swap, but they shouldn't get stuck. I guess they're getting stuck because of the... I'm trying to think how I could fix this. I could put a bridge here and a bridge here, and then pressure plates on the other one, but they might still stack up. It's night for you. We'll see you later, Balototh. What time of day is better for you if I stream your game? If I can ask. You know, another way I could do this would actually be to just go down here and slow these two down. If I just slow these down to like minimum possible speed, that may actually just fix it. That may actually just fix it. It's 10:30 p.m. for you now? Gotcha. Okay, cool. Oh, did I not name the dwarf? God damn it. Sorry, I really needed to pee. It was this one, Adil, right? Wispy, did you have a dwarf in this fort before? Do I stream other games too? Yeah, nobody tunes in when I do, but I do from time to time. Sir Grapho. At least not on YouTube. Like, I mean, how many people are watching on YouTube right now? Because normally on YouTube, when I stream stuff that isn't Dwarf Fort, like 20 people tune in. If that. There's 81 people watching on YouTube right now, which is still a little bit of a quiet day for YouTube, but... But yes, I do stream other games too. Her name was Datan? Okay. Oh. I probably sent her out with the squad. Because of where she was standing, she was probably in the squad. Let me look. Tends to make a small mess. She tenses up when she's nervous. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Percy thinks introspection is valueless, and those that take the time to waste time in self-examinations are deluded fools, and respects perseverance is put off by family and values honesty. Yeah, that was her, definitely. Oiled Towers is your last name if you want to look yourself up. Sorry about that. My apologies. Man, these humans are taking a long time to pack up, jeez. Like a long time. But no, please be that guy. If I read a description and don't name them, call me out on it, because I need to be better about that. There ain't nothing wrong or annoying about it. The only thing that's wrong and annoying about that is me being dumb. There we go. Okay, so with that done to there, if I just do minimum speed down here, let's see how that operates. Also, they just returned again. Really? Yeah. That kind of comes out of nowhere. Just got back and there's a bunch of windmills. They've been here the whole time. Poorly led by a dwarf. Depthfall snuck into. We led the attack. Attacked them. Greg and then some led the attack. Put forth a sound plan, and the attackers had an advantage. It seems like attacking kobolds might not be a bad way to start, although spotting kobold camps is difficult without adventure mode. So once you've used adventure mode and you find some kobold camps, because like these dwarves are clearly terrible at this, but they're just winning the fights anyways, with minimal losses, which is good. Everybody's learning. Hey chat, we got a Jollibees. I know that. I don't think that's how you spell Jollibee, is it? It's B-E, right? It's like a Jolbus. But we also got a gold bar. These kobolds have good loot. What the fuck? Like, it's all stuff that I would melt down. Now we're just waiting for Gorg to return. I can go boop, 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 boop. Get back out. Except to the bottom squad. I will send all of the dwarves who are new, or some of the dwarves who are new, to get rid of some extras. Because you better bet we got too many. And I do not care if they like it or not, and if they don't like it, well, they can either go away or move elsewhere. Which is kind of the same thing, I guess, now that I think about it. I think I'm probably just going to build more floor out here with Gabbro, but we'll see. That's been forbidden for some reason that I'm not sure why, but it has. You were also forbidden for some reason and I'm not sure why. Did Kick Roast get buried? It looks like they did. Okay. And you've claimed a stoneworker shop. What do you need, dwarf? You've got obsidian, rough black opals, and reindeer leather. You need rough gems, leather skin, raw green glass. Okay, that's actually kind of surprising that I don't have raw green glass. Like, actually really surprising. 1 cabbage. That was tribute. This is me rating them. I'm not asking for tribute. I guess I could also be asking for tribute, but I'm really not. Are they still reloading? Doesn't look like it. Do they not have a way out at the moment? Or did I... Oh, pfft. They don't actually have a way out at the moment. Let's give them a way out. I was like, they could totally take this way out. No. See, I screwed up. They don't actually have a way out. They will... once I give them access to this. Which they don't currently have access to. Because I'm stupid. I thought that was the way in and out. It's not. This is the way in and out. You have to go over the bodies to get out. I got confused by my own setup, chat. I did, in fact, lock them in. I did, in fact, lock them in. I mean, having seen, okay, if I go over here and dig through that, is that what they need? Can they get back out that way? Because if so, that's kind of silly. You're built and you are built. Perfect. Ha! They wanted to get out the way they came in. You know, okay. See ya. Enjoy your whatever that is. Silly humans. How? Underachiever. That's how. I love how silly it works, but it's so it is 100% a bug. They shouldn't be able to do that. Oh, that's pretty cool. Burr the Trapper has created Merid Dolam Medtob Bistin, an obsidian coffer, and offers it to the starvation of gluttons. I'm going to reopen the library. Because we've almost got the defenses set up, and I don't need as many dwarves actively working here. And I will put that in here. I'm also going to put doors on this. Do I have a statue lying around? I probably do. Yes, I do. And, does this fortress get a tavern? This fortress gets a tavern. I'm just trying to decide where I'm gonna put the tavern. I'm thinking like I dig out this whole level here, more or less. Maybe not all of it, but a good chunk of it, and put it on this level. Because like, why not? Like right here. I'll get rid of this side over here. I don't want them digging through that. I probably will go through and dig out the rest of this later and put walls in. But for right now, I'm just going to leave it too thick. Okay, let's also go up to here and type in bars. Let's just do 10 pig iron and 10 steel and start making some steel armor. At least we're still melting metal objects, which is really what I need. Let's brew drinks. And I need to move that, but we'll just brew a bunch of drinks. You know what? Let's also do this. Because I've got tons of Gabbro. So once they're done that, then I can just go through and build all of these obsidian wall pieces. I'm also going to go on the outside here. Get rid of all of that. This right here can be a Gabbro bridge. I'm just going to go all the way across to there. So I can build that faster. They're working on that obsidian still. Working on that obsidian still. Although they can't actually get to there right now. So this'll not help because that they won't be able to get to it with that bridge. So I'll just plop a ramp right there. Okay. That's a weird wagon hole. It is a weird wagon hole. It does remind me of like the square hole memes though. Okay, so speaking of square hole memes, let's test out these minecarts again. So once again, if you like watching minecarts go burr, grab your eyeballs and focus cleanly because we're gonna whiz around the whirl again. Round of beers for good luck. No. There we go. Down. So these ones go slowly. So that they have time to swap. Okay. That did help it longer. I'm actually a little bit confused as to how they're swapping. Yeah, okay, something's derailing somewhere. Because one's always ending up right here. Which kind of confuses the crap out of me. So let's just turn this whole thing off. I need to slow down some other ones because I'm not sure why this is happening. So I'm going to follow this one. We'll give this another run once this all turns off. Which is now? Okay. So I'm going to follow that one. I want to see why that particular minecart ends up over here every time. But also, we're going to go attack something else. Let's just keep pillaging these kobolds, assuming there's still kobolds there. Eurus, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. That's the first notification of money in 1 hour. So thank you. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the brand new gifted subscription? It seems like we led a plan, but the attackers had a positional advantage, even though our plan was sound. And the Ashen Armories, led by the dwarves, clashed with a single kobold, slaying them, and acquired more treasure. A Might Monster Leather Shalishalodus head? An instrument part made of a demon? That seems intense. I just need to see which one this is. Because I don't actually know which one it is. Why did you leave it there? Okay. I have a suspicion as to why this is derailing, but I need to see why it's derailing and where it's derailing. One of the tracks is going too fast. Basically, they're not staying in the middle tracks, which is why they're overlapping. Otherwise, this would work. The one big pro tip I have for doing projects like this is if you're doing projects like this, just do a couple test runs. For the love of all things, Dwarfy, just do a couple test runs. Also, rip investments. You love having my stream up while you try to generate business insights and data. I wish I could be drunk off of Plump Helmet wine, cutting raw glass into gems. I mean, you'll have your opportunities, trust me. Now early autumn, which means a trillion dwarves are going to show up to trade in a minute. I don't know about the cutting glass part, but I would try Plump Helmet wine. I would, in fact, try a glass of Plump Helmet wine if I had the opportunity. I know that, like, it's one of those common, like, hypothetical questions that people ask. Like, what would a Dwarf Fortress theme park be like, you know? I do kind of imagine that, like, you know, similar to, like, how Harry Potter World has, like, a butter beer. You'd need, like, somebody to make a wine called Plump Helmet wine that's, like, an approximation of what a Plump Helmet wine could be. Okay, so let's follow the middle ones and see why these are derailing, because they are derailing somewhere, and I'm not sure where. This should be pretty clear. Yeah, okay. So these last ones are all way too fast. It's pretty simple, really. These are all way too fast, and that's why the whole system's breaking. It would work just fine if these weren't derailing, but these two appear to derail, and that's what causes them to double up on these sides and what causes the whole thing to break. So Hyperius. Yes, you can. We've looked this up many times. Thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Check and get a round of beers. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded and sponsor free. I appreciate you greatly. Okay, so these lowest most ones, we'll just replace all three of these. And I'll just make them second lowest speed setting. Save the game, sure. The game did just save, but I can do an additional one. You're the sponsor? This stream is sponsored by you! Show us how to party. Something, something, Superman. I have timely modern references all the time. Thank you very much. But no, seriously, thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. I have this job because people help me do it. This is a team effort. Truly is a team effort. So thank you for that. Okay, so that should be good. Let's go here. And do like this one at the bottom can just be the fastest. But let's do nearest. The rest of these we'll try second slowest. Minecarts in this game, like, obey momentum laws. So because of that, they end up going way faster around corners and derailing than you want them to sometimes. Redder as well. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. What's my time right now? You're from Germany. It's 12:54. It is or 21:54. It's 6 minutes away from 1300 hours. So it's 12:54 p.m. currently. Almost 1 o'clock. Soldier boy up in this fort. I'm still short a minecart, so I can't quite turn this on just yet. Where's the extra? I don't know why it wasn't there, but weird. We went and pillaged those kobolds once more. Unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. We clashed with a single kobold, slaying them. We're still at it. I feel like I should find some kobolds that are further away, but maybe I should see if I can raise it. Let's just do this across here. Oopsies. The dwarves have arrived to trade. Let's just erase these. And actually, let's see where these merchants take. Oh. Apparently my site is no longer accessible. Oh well. No wagons for me this time. That sucks. That really blows, actually. That really blows. I'm a little bit annoyed by that. Just a little bit. I feel like dwarven rap music would be great. I feel like all dwarf music is just like weird experimental jazz, because that's kind of what the descriptions of it read like. Like, probably very dissonant to our ear and very simplistic in its rhythms, but like a tribal chant, perhaps, versus what we would consider to be more contemporary music. Which is weird, because, like, that should totally be... Oh, they can't cross stairs! I know this. Oh, boy. Adria the Metal Outlaw, how are you? So trap music? Trap music has complicated rhythms. What are you talking about? I would say more like newbie hobbyist producer's first attempt at making music is more the way I would imagine it. Kind of just want to sell these silver warhammers, but yeah, let's do that. Sell silver warhammers. I know I literally just did this, but I gotta take my piss. Don't ever get diabetes, it sucks. I kind of figured that would happen. So these guys can make it, which is good. Oh, that sucks. Hopefully she gets well soon. Maybe it sounds like Ariana Grande. I'd say more like Aphex Twin, but more simplistic, is how I would imagine. There's a few videos on the internet of people trying to make the music from Dwarf Fortress just purely based on the descriptions and the rules of the forum or whatever. And it's all very like kind of thing. Very, very like, maybe like binaural beats, perhaps. Anyway, I fixed the ramp in, so they can now take this way in, presumably. This is gonna be an awesome looking fort when it's actually done. Like, good lord, this is gonna look awesome. Well, it depends on if you go with headcanon or the actual descriptions. Seer. If you go with the actual descriptions, then very, very simplistic, like almost binaural beats, like weird abstract shit. If you go by like most fan headcanon, then just like fucking the soundtrack. Like an early jazz or punk, you know, where it's like, this is bad and it's bad intentionally, but actually they're just bad. Lost intern meets with our outpost liaison. You continue to impress, they tell us. I have come empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. There's much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. And I'm going to be like, cool, that's nifty. Please bring me anvils and steel anvils and magnetite. And they want amulets. Okay. Not much equipment, but we're working on it. Speaking of. Like, I do actually have some iron now, and I do have a little bit of steel. But it's one of those, like, it's going to take some time. I should honestly just use the iron and just make iron armor. And don't worry too much about the steel. Yeah, let's just do that. Like, iron helm. Iron breastplate. Iron gauntlet. Bruh. Huh. So the Laborious Wall, which is one of the factions I'm trading with here, their diplomat is a goblin. Anguished Notched. If you want to go look them up. I'm not going to unpause the game until the ads are over. There was a recent composition on Reddit. It was pretty good, like a crazy Jad acid music. Cool. You can link it if you like, Burr. The thread or the whatever they linked to. It's a lot of wagons. Yeah, I've been demanding trading with a bunch of different locations. So I'm trading with like, it's like 4 human groups and I think 3 goblin groups. Gobblomat, yes. Gobblomat! Also, what kind of faction is this? Let's find out. The Laborious Wall seems to be a yeah, it's a Dwarven Civ. All right, we're through the ads now. I do pause during the ads. King of Knolls. Do we know what the actual population of this fort is? 109, not 65. Just most of the dwarves aren't on the map at any given time. Okay, I need to bring some better trade goods. And by better trade goods, I mean let's just check my bars. What do I have for gold at the moment? 66. But most of that's in the floor. Okay, so let's just... Smelt gold. Native gold. 20. Gold minecart. Because gold minecarts seem to be, like, maybe the best trade good I have access to at the moment. Let's bring... Ooh. I'm actually just going to go here real quick. These are all just going to get melted down. Have that goblin's last name? Anguished Notched. Don't worry about their first name. Anguished Notched. Here, let me know when you got it. You're tired as fuck. Thanks for hanging out today, Weed. Appreciate you, and thanks for the bits earlier. Thanks for tuning in today, dude. Seriously, means a lot. It really, really does. And, yeah, I don't know. Thank you. Also, just cheers to anybody who's tuned in today, because the past few weeks have been very quiet. So I just want to say thank you to those of you who have tuned in today, because we've got pretty good turnout today, like quite a good crowd. So thank you for that. Just as a reminder, this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people throw bits, subs, gifts, and prime subs at me. So if you want to help keep this channel funded and doing the things we do the way we do them with minimal advertising and sponsorships, if you happen to have a prime sub available, think about me. Or, you know, cheer $1 and 1 bit in bits, and that would, or 101 bits, and then that would get you .1 on the leaderboard. Or gift a subscription, which would get you onto the gift subscription leaderboard. Or alternatively, you could go to my blog, blindirl.com, and until the end of the month, you could, in theory, subscribe on my blog. With code March for the recommended tier, which will get you, I'm just looking at my email. I have a few new ones actually, which will get you 50% off your first month. And if you subscribe direct and you would like access to the sound commands right now, send me an email with the email that you signed up to at contact@blindirl.com and with the name of your Twitch account. Otherwise, I will reach out after the stream is over. Lost intern, the mayor, has been reelected. Diplomacy continues. Actually, musical instruments is something I could sell. Could also sell a bunch of mechanisms. I will keep a bunch, but I don't need all of these. I can also sell the small clothing. Greetings, noble dwarf, says the goblin diplomat. There's much to discuss. Why is your text a different color? The world is the same as ever. Interesting. And we now have a duke, which means we'll probably get nobility today. You still want spears, and you want figurines. Let me just double check I've got those automated. Silver spear, And figurines, cool. Looks like it. Let's just do mine. Don't actually have many mine carts. Actually, I could sell crutches. Got gold crutches and gold splints. Oh, lead splints, actually. Goblins are immortal. Sorry if I just blew your mind. The thing is, they have a very, very low survival rate. So you don't always see super old ones, because murder is legal in Goblin Society, but lying is capital punishment, which I genuinely think is funny. Because you'll just, like, walk into a Goblin Civ and just be, like, bebopping around as one does, and hanging out and chilling and chatting with everybody, and it's all fine, and then you pretend to be somebody else and lie about your name for 1 second, and then they stab you to death in cold blood, and it's like, what did I do? Genuinely one of the funniest things, in my opinion, in Dwarf Fortress. And then this is a artifact iron short sword. How much money do I have? Actually, quite a bit of money worth of stuff. I may also make a kiln because, you know, they keep on bringing clay, so make a kiln and do something with all that clay. Durr. Okay. What else do we have? Let's purchase all of the ale in the barrels. Also, since I'm this is the mountain home that I'm trading with at the minute. Let's do that. Buy the anvils. Oh, never mind. I can't actually afford the bins. So instead, I will just buy some of the bins. By that, I mean literally 2 of them. Plump helmets. Those. Threads. Let's also buy the trousers, because why not? Let's buy the greaves, because why not? Seems like the squads are back, so I can refresh them and get them wearing some new stuff. Let's buy the axe blades, the discs. Maybe not the axe blades, but the discs. Let's actually just do the discs. There they go. Now I can bring minecarts probably. Nope. Haven't melted down enough gold yet. Seems like I ran out of gold ore. Seems like I ran out of gold. Let's see how my squads are doing for gear. Not great, seems like, but at least like the top squads are fully... The top dwarf is fully squatted out. Gorg and then some is the only one who's earned a full set of armor, it seems. The ones a little further down have a bit more. Because they're here all the time. But they're not all on duty, I don't think. Yeah. Let's get them armed too. I think the goal would be to get most dwarves armed most of the time so that I can... Okay, they're still unloading. I think the goal would be to get most of the dwarves armed most of the time so that I can... like... just let them wear that instead of having to worry about clothing. It's probably the route I'm going to go. Let's also go up to here. Got more anvils to melt down. Okay. Let's go to the raise attempt. Long live Gorg. Gorg doing well so far, I think. I mean, he's leading all these attacks. Put forth a sound plan, and the attackers had a positional advantage. We led by the dwarf Jesus. Jesus, take the lead! They clashed with a single kobold, slaying them. Clashed with a single kobold. Oh, they didn't even slay him. Clashed with a single kobold. Ably led, clashed with a single kobold, slaying them. Okay, we did kill some of them. Clashed with a single kobold, looted treasure, rampaged throughout the little camp, and we killed the two different factions, or the faction of Fala Fariris. Freeris! Fala Freeris! Sounds like they're asking for freedom. I feel bad. And we destroyed their camp. Oh well, I'm sure they'll have a new camp to go to. Right, there's a dwarf camp. What about up here? What about here? Human camp. I'm a little bit scared about going after the human camps. Also, that dwarf camp wasn't there too long ago. It's not impossible that that dwarf camp could have some of my old populations in it. So I gotta be careful about stuff like that. Looking around for other camps. Or like not super threatening populations. Why don't we go get all the books from there? There's also that elven cave up there. But they will actually have weapons. I want my dwarves to be a little bit more armed before I go for that. How about we go for something real far away? Let's just go get some more books. Let's just go get some more artifacts or books. Or how about we go demand more trading? How about we go do that? Like maybe Lure World. So I know this is a monastery called Lure World. That sounds like somewhere you go to buy fishing equipment. Does it not? Like you buy all your flies, your rods. It would be like maybe a corner of Bass Pro Shops. Elves in a cave, blasphemy. They're probably a mercenary gang. Okay, so we're going to go demand ongoing tribute. Let's see if we're good enough at this now and armed enough and scary enough that we can demand ongoing tribute. And I'm going to turn this back on up here. All these are done. Not all these. That one needs to be done. So once that is completed, we can do another test run. Okay. Who's ready to do yet another test run of everybody's favorite, hopefully efficient combat device? Because here it goes. Right now. Goes down. Okay, so they're just going too fast when they hit the top there. So what I need to do then is I need to turn this thing off. I need to pull this lever. And it's now inactive, so I can open this. What I need to do is I need to do the easiest final thing. Just put a track stop in there. Although that will probably completely stop them. I don't want it to completely stop them. I want to mostly stop them. I want them to slow to almost nothing. use Dwarf as break. That's limited supplies. I need unlimited reloads. Also, dwarves tend to jump out of the way of it. And they're actually not going that fast in here. They're going fast enough to derail, apparently, but not fast enough that, like, you know, I necessarily need, or that a dwarf would actually do anything. Okay, so there's one more minecart I'm waiting for. Where the hell did you get that minecart from? Did this one just get launched out? Because that seems not good if that's happening. But I know where this one is, so we should follow this one. Although maybe the lure worships the god of fish. Made some music, by the way. It's good to see you. I'm doing all right. I hope that you are having a good Tuesday. I've been in higher spirits recently. I think it's daylight time, you know? And also being through the, oh god, daylight savings just wrecked my sleep schedule mood. So, I've been doing all right. Things have been okay. Don't have much to complain about at the moment. I'll just let that dwarf put that away, because that is the one that we need to follow, because I don't know what the hell's going on with it. Let's just do that one first. Except for maybe that one. Do that last. Then over here, do that. I kind of haven't decided if I want this to be a archery block yet. Maybe I will leave it with the capability to be an archery block. So if I'm going to do that, or like battlements, basically, we'll do it like this. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to a winter this coming year where we just stay on daylight time because BC is no longer changing the clocks again, which has been really amusing because like I'm ecstatic because like it's standard time that fucks me up every year. I hate standard time. And I heard on a podcast the other day, it was like, you know, I can't wait for everybody in BC to just like absolutely hate daylight time in the winter. I'm just like, I realize that there are some broken people who hate daylight time, but I ain't one of you, so I'm going to be super happy, and I don't care if you don't like it. I'm just over here being like a selfish son of a bitch going like, fuck yeah. Just pick one. Yeah, like there's two different camps. There's like the people who like, maybe three camps. There's the people who are like daylight time stands. Hi, I'm right here. There's people that are like standard time fans. Not me. It will never be me. And then there are people who are like, I don't care, just pick one. Shut up. Quit fucking with my cat. So. You want lighter sleep in? Oh yeah. No, it's literally the people that wake up at 6 a.m. that are like, sun's not gonna come up till like 9. I'm like, oh well. What's really funny is this is very much like a North Pacific problem. Because like anybody further north than like where I live basically is like, I don't know, it's already dark till 11. Doesn't really matter. And then people that are like further south is like, oh no, the sun comes up at 7 a.m. Oh no! Like, anybody who wakes up, like, after 7 or 8 in the morning gets super depressed when the clocks roll back. Roll back, Flurf. But you just could, so it could finally end, so you don't need to change all the clocks twice a year. Yeah, no, I agree. What's funny is, like, I was in my parents' car the other day and my mom hasn't updated her clock yet, and she's like, yeah, I haven't updated it yet because I don't believe that it's gonna like not stay. She's like, I think it's gonna come back like by this year. And she goes, oh yeah, it's not gonna last that long. I'm like, okay. I think she just didn't want to admit that she doesn't know how to change the clock in her car. The hillocks of Torch Frenzies, a day's travel to the northwest, looks to your thriving economy for its prosperity. You know, for once, I kind of do believe that we do actually have thriving economies. But you work Eastern hours? Oh, right. I mean, that's actually better for you then, because then you'll get... I feel like working afternoon shift would be less messed up on daylight time, but I haven't worked an afternoon shift in a very long time, so... Okay, so this down here, I would like to get rid of. Let's dig down here. I'm gonna wall in this. Basically, I'm gonna go along here. And then I'm going to just start dropping down the whole edge. I may actually get rid of these, because these don't actually need to be here. Okay, let's test this out again. Because you should be done. Yep, all those are good. Okay, we just need to turn it back on. Let's test the cannons once more, chat rooms. So, once again, things go fast in a few seconds here once the dwarf comes over here and pulls that lever. Nope, there you go. That's one. And boop. Down. Some Maya guns have arrived. That wasn't good timing, but it's fine. Oh, okay, so I fucked up. The brakes are too good. Although, maybe I didn't. Okay, hold on. I got a better idea. Kiddo, pull that lever again. Okay, now let's open this up. What if I have 2 rounds of minecarts? One down here and one up top. Because then they'll get... Oh, no. I could just lower down the amount of braking. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try lowering down the amount of braking. Or actually... let's cancel this. No, we'll try this. I'm actually kind of curious to see if it'll work with a lower one. The other thing I could do is I could make turn off, like disappear, but I feel like I don't want to overcomplicate this system. I just kind of want it to work. So that was what we did before. Let's do the middle one. Did I do that one right? I think I screwed up that one. Track stops, middle, down at the bottom. Although this one, actually, let's just put the lowest one. Because that one's the one that needs it the least. I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole about clock time changes, and I found out that the software that the API that just about every single piece of software uses in the world that updates the clocks on your computer is maintained by one guy on GitHub. So I learned that. I love the load-bearing programmer. Like, it's that XKCD comic of just like, all of the Jenga blocks, except there's only one tiny one at the bottom. For so much shit. For so much stuff. Used to be a daylight partisan, but there's some evidence that standard is safer and fewer people driving sleepily in the dark. I would state this. Work should start later in the day. Hot take number 1. Lights should be brighter on the side of the road. Hot take number 2. Better lighting on the side of the road. Hot take number 3. School shouldn't start until the sun is up, you fucks. And if that means that the sun isn't up until 11, oh well. So basically, as far as I'm concerned, all of that evidence is stupid. Like, I genuinely disagree because, like, suicide rates go up when you go on to standard time here by quite a lot. So for all of that evidence, sleepy drivers. Okay, careless drivers. That sucks. Be less careless. Children going to school in the dark. School shouldn't start when it's still dark. The time changing is also a large portion of that issue. It's like that 2-week period of everybody being sleep deprived is where the majority of that shit happens. So Lord Quan, I honestly have to say, I could not disagree more. And besides, you don't know if the statistics are going to change until you try it. You don't know about that one, man? When people are just like, oh, my children are walking to school in the dark. Why are they walking to school? Also, why is it dark? I don't have kids, so it's like not like a valid argument that I can actually like fight against. But I genuinely am just like, why is it dark? Have lights. Even those who live in said regions. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Age-old question: why is it dark? Well, God hates us, I think. Dave Soft. That's my current theory. Let's test this sucker out again, chat. Here we go. Oh shit, we're in an ad break. I will pause until the ads are over. But yeah, when I say like brighter lights, usually to me that means that there just isn't enough lights. Like there is a photo of a person who was hit by a car. Well, not a photo of a street where a person was killed in Chicago that I was reading about a little while ago. And it was basically just like the people on that street were just asking for lights because at night there was like 2 street lights that worked. There was 8 street lights total. 2 of them worked, and they were all far enough apart that even if all of them worked, there would be about 10-meter chunks that are just pitch black, basically. It's like, it's not that expensive for a municipality to put in a half dozen more lights. Like, they don't need to be, like, brutally, like, eye-searingly bright, but, like, you know, put in a couple extras. Or put in, like, you know, low-down level lights that are, like, sidewalk level, you know? Like, I don't know. I'm just very, very, very gloaty and happy that I don't need to change the clocks again. Not just bikes. Shoutouts to my favorite, like, no longer living in Canada Canadian. That comment that's supposedly to brush the sun? Brush the sun. What? Okay, here we go. Part 1. Nyom. Oh, no. Well, that explains a lot. Where did they derail? I'm kind of amazed nobody died there. It derailed because of the minecart behind it hitting it. Well, that's silly. That is very silly. Forgotten beast named Esru has come, an enormous three-eyed spider. It has a pair of branching antennae and a bloated body. Its apple green exoskeleton is warty. Beware its poison bite. So is this one of those ones that would also have webs? You know, for not for once, but this is one of the most consistently spider-looking forgotten beasts. It actually looks like... I got a spider once that just straight up looked like a crab. I was like, what the heck? That's not a spider. It doesn't have any kills. That's impossible to believe. We need to go back to, like, rural licensing. I remember when I was trying to get a driver's license the first time I learned, and that was partially how I learned that my visual field was as bad as it is, carrying green tea. I was told that, like, I could get a driver's license if I went to Alberta. Because Alberta had a thing called a farmhands license, which basically, like, as far as I could tell, is just so that kids can drive their dad's truck across the field, like... so that they could help out with work on a farm is the gist of like the reason for that license existing. And it had almost no restrictions. Like you didn't need a eye test and a bunch of other things. But the idea would be that like you got that license and then you could, if you had that license, you wouldn't need to do the eye test after you'd been driving with that license for X amount of years or whatever. We need rural licenses. Where, like, people who, like, legitimately need driver's licenses are just guaranteed to get them, basically. But if you live in a city, yeah, they shouldn't be handed out like candy. Laugh in the face of child labor laws? I mowed the lawn a lot growing up. There we go. Steel breastplate. Looks good on you there, dwarf. These dwarves are all pretty well armed now. Nice. We're getting somewhere, chat. Corey Fancy Pants, the blacksmith, is taken by a Famoot. That I actually want to see what you make. Ooh. I feel so good, you shout. Good night's sleep, I guess. No light drivers. I don't think it quite works like that, but... DORF. I thought I actually added an alias that was dwarf, but I guess I didn't. What are you naming your Dwarfus McGee? Freeways? And what kind of dwarf would you like? Works secretly. Electrum and mule leather. Ooh. Squads have returned. Let's see how this demand tribute went. A scholar. I could actually do that, because I do actually have a library. A very big library, too. What would you like me to name them? Because other freeways died. So let's do a variation on your name just so that they're easier to look up. Hopefully this one has a better life than the previous freeways. The starvation of gluttons secured tribute from the band of saviors to be delivered from straw shrines every spring. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We're scary now. Or scarier, I suppose. I'm looking for places with more books, potentially. Is that, I was gonna say there was a destroyed helix. No, that one's empty. But wasn't there another destroyed helix over here that had a bunch of stuff in it? Maybe I'm misremembering. Oh no, it's up here. There's a few of them up here. But I may have cleared them all out already.
Crypt beer.
Crypt beer. Cold-blooded. Thanks for the 14 months. Could be ways. Sure, can do. Ward's story your name is really funny for personal reasons, but is fine pewter worth turning into crafts? Of course it is. I mean, like, if you don't have anything else to turn it into, yeah, of course it's worth turning into crafts. I mean, anything is worth turning into crafts because crafts are going to be worth more than whatever it was before, and the dwarves get, like, a happy thought out of it. So yeah, absolutely. But you want a scholar. Beard or no beard, or do you care? Actually, pick somebody. Always when you get to 200 dwarves, things get slow. You have an old computer. You mine and they don't carry the rocks? Do you have enough dwarves available to carry the rocks? Are your stockpiles empty? If you mean slow as in like tasks don't get completed as quickly, if you look at this screen, if everybody has blue jobs, you're just overworking the dwarves. If everybody has green jobs, they might not have the ability to complete the tasks that you want them to complete. Like the stockpiles might be empty. They might be not able to access the things you want them to get to. And if they have purple jobs, it means that you're overworking them and they desperately need these moods solved. Like they desperately need to take care of their personal needs, basically. Olin. You are in the military, the Ashen Arrows, so I will, or Armory is not arrows. I will swap you out for somebody else. He doesn't generally think before acting. He is brave in the face of imminent danger. He tends to reveal personal information, though he is conflicted by this he's conflicted by this as he dislikes this sort of concealment in the abstract. He is slow to trust others and doesn't handle stress well. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and has a greedy streak. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of raising a family, and personally feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish. Doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. I actually agree with that, the vain and foolishness part. About concealing emotions. He likes bauxite and cinnamon and glossier and gray gibbon leather and coral and the color rose, maces and high boots and menacing spikes, reindeer for their large herds and emus for their size, pineapple plants for their fruit, and the words of the meditation of droplets, and when possible prefers to consume plum helmets and sunshine and absolutely hates fire snakes. His hair is crinkly and his medium-length beard is neatly combed. His very long sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is arranged in double braids, and he has low cheekbones. He has a deeply recessed chin. His ears are very splayed out. His teeth are gaped, and his eyelashes are short. His amethyst eyes are somewhat narrow, and his head is somewhat broad. And his skin is pale brown. He worships Urith, the god of death. You're 19 years old, and you are a member of the Coven of Directing, and a member of the Farmers Guild. Very sad guild here. Gold and white, probably. I'm curious as to what you go ponder. I mean, I'm sure you're just going to beeline it to the or to the library now, not the hospital. All right, so Corey Fancy Pantsy, Ficodust. The blacksmith has created Calasenful, Omongisek, an electrum pipe, and claims it as a family heirloom. Or pipe section. Very fancy. This is a ceremonial electrum pipe section. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of electrum and mule leather and is a testament to the skill and craftsdwarfship of our dwarves, I would say. And I think I'm going to put that in the library. Let's wait for that to get constructed. I mean, it's a form of entertainment, right? So I don't blame dwarves for loving to read. Kind of makes sense when you think about it. I also need to go down to here, outside, and get rid of some more livestock. Oh, never mind. I could just butcher the livestock. And for the other dwarf, or critter, you can go here. We have a yak cow, so the mountain is hungry and the mountain must feed. You love a menacing pipe section? Who doesn't? Who's ready to see a volcanic sacrifice, chat? I hope you are, because you're about to. Whee! See you. Meanwhile, the sacrifice was clearly a success because the hillock of Bolt allies, a short walk to the south, looks to a thriving economy for its future prosperity. I realize that one's not going to make it. This is my primary overhang to make climbing over this harder. Those two can get deconstructed. And I think actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to do 2 sets of stairs down there. And then around here I'm just going to do flooring, I think is what I'll do. And then this will just go in slowly, one piece at a time. So it's right there. And then this will just be floored off, probably. And that'll be the wall, I think, except I'll need to do a little bit more on this upper level around the outside. But I think that's pretty much it. I think that's pretty much it. This fort's looking pretty dope. I really hope that I can make this stuff work as well as I need it to. So these middle ones are causing me a little bit of grief. So I'm going to go here and slow these ones down a little bit. Because they're not going to speed up once they're up here. But if I slow them down too much, I've drained volcanoes. It takes a lot of pumps, but you can do it. Okay. Some quick turnaround on the sacrifice. Yeah, no, these dwarves subscribe to Amazon Prime, so of course it was a quick turnaround. God responds real quick with the same-day delivery on your prayers. That is intended as a joke, and I realize that it kind of comes across like weird Amazon promo ads, but I was meaning that as a joke. Thank you, God of death and war, Bezos. We hail thee. If I do this right, I may actually be able to set up additional track spots. To increase the firepower of this. I may actually be able to do this that way. But I will have to increase these to maximum power if I did that. Because because I can make these maximum power and then have, well, I mean, all it would really do is just look cooler. It wouldn't actually benefit me in any meaningful way. So maybe I'm just not going to bother, but also this lowest one here was the one that was like skipping, so maybe get rid of you. Maybe get rid of you. Lava doesn't really have pressure, but can be pressurized with some shenanigans. So no, but kinda. But mostly no. Every time the game saves, I get paranoid I'm gonna get attacked again. Very fantasy brutalist, yeah. Kind of like this. I know that this isn't an evil map, but just because of the gray and the black, it's kind of starting to just look like Mordor. It needs more like orange mood lighting and, you know, a big eyeball somewhere, and it'll kind of just look like Mordor. Eh? Section of mountains collapsed. Oh no, that's not good. You got a seriously injured dwarf. Well, that's unfortunate. Go get him. Go rescue the obliterated soul. Actually, like, a little bit perplexed about how that happened, but, huh. Did get a small cave in there. This is very Slytherin. Yeah, or just, like, nuclear fallout. so I literally just need one piece right here. So let's just wait for a dwarf to show up. There they come. Then if I want these to become battlements, they can. Go around the edge of the top of this, all the way down, over. Okay, I screwed that up a little bit. Although I think that's actually about as far as I'm going to take. No, this will make my life a little bit easier. Up to there at the very least. I'll do that after. Let's let them work on this first. All right. So this all seems to be done. Yes. So I'm going to go to you, lock this, and lock this, and pull this. Let's try this sucker again, chat. Round of beers for good luck. Whee! Down. Okay. Back up. God dang it. It really is just, like, the fault of it being too fast, but... yeah. Okay. Works better. But yeah, it's literally these. It's literally those. Still going too fast. You know what I'm going to do? I know what I'm going to do. I don't know if you know what I'm going to do, chat, but I know what I know I'm going to do. I know what I know I'm going to do. Add that to the list of sentences that is technically correct, but makes no sense. Nyum. Zoom. Boop. Vroom. Okay. I'm going to go to right here. Deconstruct this. Deconstruct this. Deconstruct this. Deconstruct this. And deconstruct this. All of these are just going to be like one tile long. And they're going to be slow speed. Because clearly breaking ain't doing it. It ain't cutting it. It just ain't cutting it. If that even. Maybe I could just leave them off. I love how all these dwarves just immediately pass out. Dwarves, come on. I know I don't have anywhere near enough bedrooms, but like... could you stop complaining about it, please? By protesting and by gridlocking my... all of my... they're seizing the means of production, chat. This is what's happening. Bloody dwarves. Too much production seizing is happening. I need less production seizing. Or we're going to get invaded by these elves and murdered. Murdered to death. I should start just building little houses out here. That'd be really cool, actually. I'm just curious if that'll make it up on this side. Although, yep, those are still powered. It's just this one now that's not powered, which is fine. Also, dwarves are back. So is yet another exploring mission. Could I use a barracks instead of bedrooms? That would only work for the squads, but I technically did that and then I turned it into a hospital. I'm gonna go demand more tribute. Let's go demand tribute from these humans. Demand ongoing tribute. So let's just wait for the last 2 leaders to return. But to answer your question, yes, I could do that. I hadn't really thought about it, though. But I did need a hospital. It was kind of... there were dozens of injured dwarves. It was, it was pretty brutal, actually. I mean, although using a barracks wouldn't be too dissimilar to just using a dormitory. Hey, dwarf. I don't think you want to stand there. Okay, all the squads are back. Missions. Make demands. And there they'll go. Although, actually, these 2 squads, I should actually just get training. Do not worry about training weapons. Training weapons are an artifact of the past, Flurf. They were in the game because... Oh, Diamond wanted to name a minecart. I cannot name a minecart. I can name a minecart stop, though, so I'll give you that. Minecarts are unfortunately not nameable. I can name a minecart route, too. But we'll just give you the track stop, because that would be easier for my own sanity. Let's just make sure all the dwarves are out. So the reason they used to use training weapons and they don't anymore, Flurf, is back in the day, I want to say up until about 40D, weapons, when they were used for training, did lethal damage. So training weapons wouldn't do lethal damage, but that was too frustrating and annoying and was leading to people using danger rooms. And so Tarn saw that as a problem, so just commented out training weapons, and so thus they're not usable, basically. Aljam Fry, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate that. I am reading the YouTube chat, by the way. I'm just not reading it as quickly. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the gifted YouTube member? Because Zonalar has been gifted a YouTube membership. So thank you. I appreciate you kindly. Oopsies, I should leave the game paused. Also, Diamond, feel free to yell at me if I don't see that in the chat earlier. So I have disabled Discord Nitro, so it's not going to renew. Apparently, they're upping their prices starting May 24th, 2026 in Canadian dollars. Nitro will now be priced out in Canadian currency, and they're raising the price. $135.99 Canadian for Nitro. Jesus Christ. Well, good thing I've canceled it. Good God. Gotta make up for the people they scared off. I'm one of them, though. I've already canceled it. Okay, let's see. Let's see if that helps. It's a little wild that this is derailing so effectively, but... inconsistently, but we'll see. Okay, so now they're bouncing backwards. Which is the opposite problem, as you can see. That's a little dangerous. It's a good thing I have another way to turn it off, hey? Let's also pop that on. That does look hopeful, though. Another hillock has been founded. This is Earthobase. I feel like we're going to have nobility in the fort in a minute. Maybe not in a minute, but real soon. Okay, so let's try this. Let's just use closest materials. Let's see if that does it. I don't think they're done for. I genuinely believe that Discord is too big to fail. I think usually when you see people raising prices like that, especially on a service like Discord, I read that as we aren't making enough money off of the current subscriptions, so we're going to raise the prices to increase the money we're making on current subscriptions and focus more on other income sources. You know, like to me, I just read that as that just means they're doubling down on advertising. That or like the people who need this service will keep paying for it and the real dollars are ads and other things, you know? That's how I read it. But your read could also be correct. I don't know, really. That's just a speculation on my part. But that's usually my speculation is like, well... It's hard to imagine Discord to fail. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the like Discord failing would be like Discord just straight up selling to somebody like Microsoft. That would be failing. Or Amazon, you know. Anyway, in the midst of all this, I have a Fluxer instance, if you would like to join that. It's like Discord, but it's self-hostable. It's just as usable, has very similar user interface. I think it's pretty great. Yeah, if Discord does die, it's going to take it like a decade to actually collapse, sort of like how YouTube chat's mentioning. That's kind of how I see it. It's like if it dies, it's going to take it a long time to die. A slow and meaningless death, if you will. Let's see how this goes. So down. Let's see if they double up and get stuck. I think we've got it working, chat. By Jove. I think we've got it. Took a little bit of tuning. Also, something like this used to take like 20, 30 frames a second off my computer, and now appears to be taking about 6 to 10. The way you find it through the stream is you just type in this. I've got it a little bit more incognito than the Discord server, but it's fluxer.gg, and that's the link. That link should still be active. So now I should be able to turn this off by waiting for it to get up to here, then pulling this. say, whereas those last two. Excellent. It's not much of a challenge. Personally, it's more of a theme. This one, like, it's not certainly not the most outlandish or weirdest one I've done by a long shot, but it's been entertaining. I'd say it's been entertaining. I think chat's been enjoying it as well. Flurf, thank you very much for the 10-pack. Thank you very much. That's more than doubling the gifted subs today. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? For Flurf chucking out a 10-pack of subscriptions. It's very kind of you. Certainly a bit different than what I've done recently. I mean, that's like honestly the goal half the time, is to just, with these challenges, if you want to call them that, or themes, the way I like to call them, is they just add some variety, you know? Trying to think, like, what would actually be the best way to do this. Let's get rid of that first, because I need to fill this up with lava. Dwarf, get over here, please do. That is accessible. What in the heck? Excuse me. Excuse me, dwarf. There you go. What the hell? That's rude. How dare you disobey me? Okay, well, they're getting to that now, so that's good. I'm also going to do this around the edge. Just going to surround all of this with obsidian. This could very easily end with the dwarves not being able to get down in there to build it, but let's see. They should be coming in pretty quick with those pieces. Okay, I have to do this then. Okay, but that got done, so I just didn't want the jobs to get canceled. And here comes the rest. And then I will channel underneath this. So this will all get dug out. Oh, yeah, no Farmers Guild has been demanded. It's because farmers are one of the most common jobs, right? And most people just leave that on everybody does this, which makes quite a bit of sense, actually, as to why they're the most common guild by, you know, a mile. It's like in real life why one of the most common and ubiquitous unions is just like transport of goods, right? Because everything needs transport of goods. It's like maybe one of the most consistent needs in society even. Okay. Let's get these last few pieces sealed up. Except actually, I'm going to dig out one extra of this section because I need it to go through a diagonal to work at least the way I want it to work. I also think it's because a lot of adjacent professions are lumped in the Farmers Guild, like processing plants for thread. No, absolutely. No, totally. And also, like, those are a lot of tasks, once again, that are left on, like, everybody does this. It's pretty rare that people specialize, or heavily specialize those tasks, because things like planting and gathering and whatnot are best done quickly when everybody works on them. Otherwise, they can take a very long time to complete. So it just kind of, it makes a lot of sense. It is kind of fun, though. Or funny, though, I guess. All right, so are you getting work done? No, not just yet. Now you are, so I will wait for a few seconds and then plop in one right there. Same with one right there. And then these right here. And that'll give me the corner that I need. You're just a micromanager for your dwarves? Oh, it's certainly possible. I mean, I am kind of the anti-micromanager, so I'm a little bit on the extreme end. And I'm very well aware of this. But there are definitely people that are not at all. Or, much more micromanagers, and then there's people that are much less micromanagers. So I think all of the kind of extremes are represented there. Another hillock has been founded, nearly a day's travel to the northwest, and incorporated into our holdings. And I'm actually just going to go right here real quick and get rid of that. And then once I get all of this done, and lava goes down into here, from up here, then we'll be able to test this sucker. Which, that I'm excited for. Do I have, You know, I was going to put a pump here, but I think this might actually make more sense if I just put a drawbridge here. Let's just drop a bridge into that. And then right here, I will throw a second lever in here. And this one right there is going to be connected to that drawbridge. I think that's like one of the most powerful, and like those different playstyles are all like compatible and compelling, right? I think a lot of the problems a lot of the games that compete with Dwarf Fortress do is they focus too much on like difficulty or very heavily balanced gameplay. And I think that the fact that Dwarf Fortress is genuinely a true sandbox makes it a lot more compatible with the just kind of fuck around playstyle, or like just want to role play playstyle, just kind of organically. I think it's a little bit harder to find the hard playstyle in Dwarf Fort. You need to know how to play the game almost to find the hard difficulties, but I do think that is part of the appeal to a degree. Okay, so this gets hooked up. So this dwarf right here is going to go link those together. And that's what happens when my blood sugar goes high at the start of the day. I need to piss every, like, 45 minutes. You guys can follow this dwarf. I'll be right back. All right. Laya, thanks for the 28th month. Welcome back, my dude. And we'll see you later, Diamond. Sorry if I missed you. Nap time? What the lady said? What lady? I'm confused. All right, so with that done. Oh, the TTS lady. Fair. Right. Kind of forget about the text-to-speech lady sometimes. Forget that she's there. Okay. This mountain is just going to be cut down quite a bit. Probably 3 or 4 more layers. Further down. This is getting worked on over here, which will be the way up. And I do kind of expect evil gobbies to climb this thing, but build little bridges up to it. But if they do, they do. And we'll deal with that when we get to it. And then microcline. Microcline, 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 and microcline. Except that one I'll just suspend so that they can, still get up and down. Maybe not that one. Let's suspend this one. And Erdim, the trader's been taken by a Feymood. I could find out if this works by simply replacing that wall. Oh well, it's going to take a little bit to fill still. What have you claimed? Craftsdorf shop. Oh, there you are. Let's see what you grab. And a site. Got it. Do they fall under mountains? There's literally going to be a giant volcano sprite in the middle of it. I think 2 volcanoes is the default minimum. Murky? Or not murky, flurf. Would an overhang over the sides completely block anything from climbing up? Yes and no, because they can break stuff from underneath as part of sieges. So yes, but also no. It depends on what level of building they have. They can also build around an overhang. Or dig underneath it. Yeah, there's very little creatures in Tangled Greenery. I commented on that a few times in this map, but... Oh, speaking of Farmers Guild, we thought it was impossible, but... I do in fact have a demand for a Farmers Guild. We said it couldn't happen. At what point do I start invading the goblins? What do I have for bars? I need shields, which is the issue here. Kind of running out of iron. I could do 8 copper shields and 8 steel shields, 9 bronze shields. Copper shield, iron shield, bronze shield. We'll just do 8 of all of them because I can't remember which one was the one that I could do 9. I think it was bronze, but. Okay, I guess I'm out of metal objects to melt. I think the plan Let's just go start attacking the goblins. Once I have this running, start attacking the goblins. Let's send my squads out one more time, maybe. Let's go demand ongoing tribute with this. New World, then. If you want this one, Flurf, it's the link that says DFFT. Because this one, you don't even need this volcano, but there's a lot of volcanoes. Just kind of everywhere. There's like several clusters of them that are very, very active. Very, 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 very volcanically active. Like, this island down here is a goddamn mess. So. I'm going to deny this Farmers Guild. I'm just going to straight up refuse to make it. Like, they can request it all they want, but I'm just going to refuse to make it. What objects have you grabbed? Andesite, microcline, and reindeer leather. Neat. I could also just make wooden shields. Of course. Flurf. Don't ask me what they are. I don't know off by heart. A mother in your game slipped on her own puke, tossing her baby at a drawbridge, and the baby launched into the side of a mountain and exploded. Lovely. If that really happened, that's incredible. I don't know how you managed to witness all of that, but that's awesome. Speaking of madness, how you doing, Hobo? Met up with my dad yesterday, Hobo, and
Yeet.
He's excited about Formula 1. This is what we need done. This goddamn drawbridge right here. This goddamn bridge. But it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well, man. I hope you are doing well. This is true. We do in fact not do that here. The Hillocks of Rimbears has been founded nearly a day's travel to the northwest, and incorporated into your holdings. And Erdim, the trader, has created Enolromek. Fuck it. A andesite curul, and offers it to the starvation of gluttons, which is some sort of musical instrument. Oh, it's a piano thingy. Keyboard. It is, of course, a the curul is a huge stationary musical instrument with which houses 74 metal strings, and the musician uses a metal keyboard to select which of these strings are plucked. Okay, so it's like a harpsichord. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of round andesite cabochons and cushion microcline clabochons and reindeer leather. This object menaces with spikes of microcline. On the item is an image of houses. And an item is an image... I'm misreading item is an image, I think, because I don't see item as an image. This object menaces with spikes of microcline. I was reading the huge as image. Seeing the GE and auto-correcting it. Kablooey. Oh shit, I was going to put that artifact pipe here. What's everyone's what the fuck that can happen? Usually when something melts that I don't expect to melt. I think the first time I realized that my well was no longer full of water and had dried up and instead was full of pus was definitely that moment for me. The first time a cave dragon destroyed a door broke my brain a little bit. Pus. 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 Because dwarves clean infections, and sometimes the pus ends up in the well, and so if there's no water in the well, it doesn't dissipate or go away. So it just builds up, and so sometimes, you know, if you're not being cautious, you'll end up with just a big old pool of pus. Pus. As in, like, from infections. Obviously, it wasn't an owl. Is that a reference to something? Owl in the well? You know what's interesting, chat? Most videos that I upload tend to get the most views around noon-ish. However, this current big project that I have gets the most views at around 8 to 10 p.m. I wonder why that is. Annual tribute from Ozda Gurdius has come. I wonder what they brought us. Oh my god, they brought us food. They brought us, or rather, no, they brought us 2 peach-faced lovebirds, a peach-faced lovebird, a slug, some splints, some cress, a copper bow, which I will melt down, and pocket sand and some spare thread, and some parchment and a bucket. I'll take it. Tame slugs, your highness. It's more like, you know, just some slugs. I don't know if they're tamed necessarily. No, it's got nothing to do with that. I think it's the length of the video, because, like, that's the same for all my videos, right? And also, that's not true. 60 to 65% of my audience is located in the US. Although, it used to be about 55% of my audience, and then Russia banned the internet. And then they all installed VPNs. So now it's about 65%, which leads me to believe that they're all just VPNing to, like, Seattle. At least that's my theory. I don't know about you. So slowly, like, the US portion of my audience is rising as, like, different countries are getting fucky with, like, internet laws. Which I personally think is quite funny, even though it sucks, but. Okay, so you're all hooked up. You're all locked down. Okay. I'm going to go right here. And then we just need to get rid of all that. Yeah, that makes sense. Dirt. I'm just saying, I don't think it's, like, audience specific. I think, like, people just watch. I think, well, one, the majority of my audience is in North America. But what I think it is the people who are in North America don't have time to watch an hour and 40-minute long movie during lunch, you know? So instead of, they like, put it on the watch later and then watch it when they get home from work instead of, like, you know, right off the bat. Let's actually get rid of this. Let's do these ones first. Just want them to work on those. I don't want anybody to get torched unless they need to get torched. Okay, so this is now drowning or gurgling down into here. And pretty quickly fills up to there. And because there is a cross section here, it'll slow down the flow. And now I need this to just be like 6 of 7, and then I will, if it starts to bubble up to here, which it very well might, then I will slam that. which will be fine. Then I'll just need to replace this. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Flurf. You can sleep to a longer video. Also that, yeah, like the people who fall asleep who use long videos to fall asleep. Death Angels O'Neill. It's like 8 p.m. my local time is like 8 p.m. till about 11 p.m. my local time is like peak viewership for that videos. So that would check out, you know, like all of the night owls around the world, basically. Putting that video on. Because I know a few people have told me, I've gotten pretty consistent comments that people use my movies as a sleep aid, but I've also got pretty consistent comments that not only do they use them as a sleep aid, but like they watch them while playing Dwarf Fort are kind of the two most common bits of feedback I get about those videos. It's like, I watch them while playing, or I watch them while sleeping, or listen to them to sleep. It should, but I've had some like mixed results with lava and this stuff, so I'm just being cautious anyways. Like, might as well have an on-off switch. I know that works for water. I'm not positive off the top of my head that it works for lava. Currently watching stream while playing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, these are like 3 deep now. I could put up like a block wall. The question is, do I want to risk my dwarves' lives for this? You're afraid, reliving trauma, sympathy, pleasure after teaching fighting. Pothead seems to really like his job, if I gotta be honest. And he's pretty well armed too. There's all the additional shields. Excellent. Okay, well, we're up to 4 deep. I think 5 deep is how deep it needs to be to work. On crafting for the podcast. Wait, like you use this as a podcast? Or are you on a crafting podcast? Trying to figure out what that means exactly. Let's get that last piece done. Most of the dwarves are just reading books. Oh, Noel, you seem upset. What squad are you in? In the barricaded goals. You don't have any family. I'm going to send you away. I will replace you with somebody else. You can go to Lock Diamonds. See ya, dwarf. Have a good existence far away. Also, now the population is nice. Streams are your sleep aids. That's why 90% of the time you're on Twitch, you're winding down for the night and heading to bed. Yeah, that makes sense. I use podcasts for that. Although I wouldn't necessarily say use them strictly as a sleep aid. Just gonna throw these most recent migrants in. Because I need more squads. Do I have animals? Okay, do I not have a... I thought I did. I guess I destroyed it. I require a farmer's shop. Once all these migrants arrive, we can then go test this. I'm going to need to close this gate, though. Up to 87. That was a pretty big migrant wave, too. Kind of surprised, almost surprised that we don't have the king or queen yet. Hobo sent me a video from Ahoy, because me and Hobo trade Ahoy videos, or act as notifications for Ahoy videos. And this one is on the AUG, the gun, because Ahoy does video game gun videos. All I can think is missed opportunity to upload the AUG video in August. So we're almost complete. You have a 10-year-old YouTube podcast about knitting and crocheting and sewing. So you listen to my streams while you literally make things... You listen to my streams while you literally make things talk about. Make things to talk about, you mean? Feel free to post a link to it if you want. Or are you literally talking about things on a podcast while listening to my streams? Because that seems like too many voices. I don't know if I could deal with that. Learning via trial by fire. Have fun, Arctic Fox. I'm sure it'll be fine. You've got this. Oh. It turns out the ram doesn't really like its balls being snipped. And it clearly hit the stonecutter in the lower body with its rear hoof, which bruised the muscle and bruised the guts, and now he's puking. Oh man, Linku the Sky Spear got, like, hit hard. Well, I'm sure he's fine. He's just gonna go take a nap. Wow. That's actually impressive. Okay, well, this is almost filled. Damn close to filled. And here come all the squatties back home. So once everybody's back in the fort, I will lock this gate. And then we can test the cannons. Yeah, I'm not surprised that he's puking. My favorite one was I saw a dwarf get swiped by a cat while gelding it, and the dwarf lost an eye. Like literally, it's like, and destroying the eyeball was the descriptor. Crappy dodger is the way I read it. It is like a dodge, and it is a combat roll and a dodge roll. So like fighting, combat, and I think butchery are the skills that go into gelding. Let's see if there's anything else we can grab. Doesn't appear to be. A lot of them are getting better bolts, though. I just want this to be solid 7. Solid 7! Accurate cat reaction. You know, honestly, I don't disagree. Biblically accurate cat response. No. We don't do Farmers Guild here. Stop asking. And if they get upset about it, I will expel them. They can move to the Ilex and deal with their peasant work there. This is a fortress for engineering and great machines of death. Heckin' farmers. Something like that, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Are you going to behave the way I'm expecting? This would be more than full by now if I hadn't slowed it down intentionally. Well, that's a little bit shallower. It's almost done. I also think that the lava cannons are going to look different now that water is, or now that, not water, but liquid has different sprites associated with it. I also really hope this doesn't catch fire. Do I have nether cap? I don't. How about I deconstruct you? And just replace you with some obsidian mechanisms. Because the minecarts coming out of the lava might actually cause fire. Or lava mist, which will cause fire. It's like one tile left. Just want this out of here. It's 2 left. Never mind, I misread. Come on. This actually ain't gonna fire all that long because this isn't the biggest reservoir. I may have to make the reservoir bigger. That'll be easy though. That'll be very easy. All right. Who is ready to test this thing? This here minecart cannon, chat. I don't keep my farmers in a burrow. I don't really restrict dwarves' movement unless we're being sieged. Unless I'm trying to just keep them out of the caverns, which is pretty rare. And or if we're in a haunted biome, then it's just like don't go outside unless you're in the military. But I don't really use burrows like that. And also, like, no, we're just training farmers to not be farmers. That's all I'm doing. I'm giving them useful jobs for society. I'm kind of amazed that there's still a 6 flying around here. Like, that should be done by now, shouldn't it? There's still 1 6 flying around. Like... How? Maybe I've made this flow too slow. Okay, it's done. Yes. No! We don't do that here. Silly farmers thinking that they can have rights. Go move to the pungent fields or some shit. All right. Hey, chat. It's time to test this sucker. So you may want to look up. And if you happen to have access to my lava emote, please post a lava emote. And if you're watching on YouTube, hit the party button. Boop. Because now we begin. The first time around, it's not going to do anything, so don't get too excited. So they drop into lava. Now you can see there is now lava in the minecart. And that right there is a glob of lava. Which will be like getting hit by a flying boulder. And now there's just lava shooting out of here. And the fun thing about this is if lava skips over top of, how do I put this? You know what? We need a guinea pig. How about a guinea pig, chat? How about a guinea pig? We don't need our livestock. That's useless to us. We have a field that's pretty far away. What if we use them as tests? I can just leave that locked. So, uh-oh. Child was found dead? Well, that's unfortunate. You shouldn't have stood in front of the lava flinger 9000. Why'd you stand in front of the lava flinger? Stupid kid. They knew what the risks were. Your parents should have told you, man. I'm telling you. Well, it works. I mean, yeah. Somebody putting them in a tomb. I think I have an extra tomb. Yes. Of course another child is putting them in a tomb. Oh, God, you poor kid. Wait. Holy shit, there's hematite. I didn't know that I had iron. Genuinely, I had no idea. I wonder how big of a deposit that is. Oh well, at least nothing of value was lost. Successful test then, I suppose. You're calling PETA about the kid or the cats that I'm gonna be killing? Well, don't call too loudly because then they'll actually show up, and if they actually showed up, then they'd also be introduced to the Lava Flinger 5000. And I don't think that they would get along with it very well. What's even better is traders are going to show up pretty soon, too. We do actually need to trade with them. So I'm going to have to complete this quickly. Oh, no. Literally just one tile of hematite. You goddamn cock tease of a video game. Ugh. Game being mean, chat. Game is being mean. No! I refuse! I shall ignore, deny, refuse to elaborate, and continue to ignore, deny, and refuse to elaborate until you realize and figure out that no, I'm not going to give you that. God damn it. I'm also going to put some green glass in here. Maybe the animals will think it's grass. I'm also going to go up here and go, just run that because I've got a lot of sand sitting around. Make it a 1x1 bedroom behind a locked door. No, 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 no. We don't do that here. No ifs, buts, compromises, or I don't know, other silly ideas. We don't do that here. We don't farm. That's the job of the people who don't live here. We in Violenthunger are violent and hungry for violence. And we're hungry because I was going to say we don't have any food, but we don't make any of our own food. We have plenty of food. We just only order delivery, okay? Why would I ever do anything other than ordering delivery? Says the guy who never, and loudly, never orders delivery. You napping? Your risk is my mouse. I'll wait until you wake up. I will make this wider. And you're playing make-believe. Who's your parents? Okay, I don't want to kill you because your parents will be upset. Jesus! Is this like a hunger protest? Where you do something extremely inconvenient for me? So that I do the thing that you want me to do? Or are you going to leave? Fortunately, it seems like they're going to leave. Oh, I thought I was going to put a gate there. And I haven't yet, I guess. I don't really want another dwarf to go out there and die, so let's just... Did I torch the mayor? I think I might have. Domas, the Boyer, has been elected mayor. What happened to the previous mayor? What happened to the last intern? A forgotten beast kicks the mayor in the lower left leg. Oh. Uh-oh. Huh. I'll be. Do you think it can break doors? I love how literally nobody's seen it yet. Like, I haven't had a notification yet. Like, yes, a bunch of dwarves are dead. But, nobody's seen it yet. So, yeah. No, that is not ideal. Let's do, let's just dig out this. Maybe don't automate it, but like dig that out. Now we find out. Judosi, lost intern, and one other dwarf. Actually, what if I don't kill it? What if I trap it? Because I could trap it like right here really easy. Like if I do like this. Yeah, let's trap it. Let's trap it. We're about to get hit by ads, so I will pause the game when the ads hit. That was very lucky. I'm just gonna say that. Like, I gotta be honest, guys. That was exceptionally lucky. We almost think that could have gone real bad in like almost any other situation. So that went real good. Well done to us. Yay for us and things. We are victorious. Forever we shall reign. Now let's hope nobody fucks it up. I will pause the game when the ads start, which is pretty soon here. Okay. Let's unlock this. I should be able to climb down. Hey, dum-dum. Great. Hey, moron. You should be able to climb down. Dwarves can do that.
"36 months? Damn, that's like 36 whole beers later and then some crypt beer."
Something like that, yeah. Okay, what if I relock all these, since we're in the ad break now, and maybe dig down right here, go there and there, and then just build around this, oopsies, and build around that. And have a dwarf channel through that? Or actually, what if instead of doing this additional digging, I just do this? Once this is built. So basically just build this. And then channel up into there. Lanix, thank you very much for the 36 months. Chat, can I get a round of beers for 36 whole years? Won't the glass floor prohibit it? There's no glass floor underneath the corner? So no. No, it will not. But Maffle may die. Like I said. You did worship several heretical gods. Rest in peace, dwarf. You won't be missed. No, 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 no. Ahem. Okay, hold on. Come down here, you stupid. Well. Oops. Rest in peace, Etor, child of Zas and Erdim. Rest in peace to Cadol and Lucio. Here come the bolts. Let's hope that one of them hit it. Ugh. What a mess. Chidosi, Lost Intern, Lucio, Etor. Good news. Still have the Duke. Also good news. Less faces that are hungry, which I need to feed. So, can I get a round of Fs, please? I guess to those of you who are like, I don't like gimmicky easy mode plays, well, I didn't get to do it, so mayhaps you got your wish. That is definitely what I said, Laya. At least we killed it. I must rearm my squads. Can I butcher it? Nope. Doesn't look like it. The beast shall be thrown in the volcano. Let's just do this. And finish that up. Such a shame. What if we start putting the tombs in the library? I don't have anywhere near enough tombs, but how many bars am I at? Gold sarcophagus. I think I'm out of gold, it appears. Yep, time to go dig some more gold. Gonna go dig all that gold. Spider's fault? Oh, well, I mean, me ignoring the spider's fault. I will say, I think that might be the first time I've ever had a Forgotten Beast like actually stealth into the fort, so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Well, don't have to make that many tombs, is the good news. And then once all that's done, we will be able to test this properly, which I am very excited to do. And I hope you are too, chat. Although, I will say, shout outs to the dwarf who got stuck in this web. Do we keep the dwarf who is in the cage alive? No, it was about 2 halves of 2 separate squads, though. I mean, they were dumb enough to go get stuck in a cage. No, I was gonna throw them in the volcano. But if you guys insist. If you insist. And here comes all of the sarcophagi. I'm also going to remove some of the gold from the floor of this library. Can use that to make additional coffins. Which will help with this problem. Well, that was quite a bit of gold that we found right there. And I will also go down into here. Let's just throw in some microcline for some color variety. Mayor didn't have a dedicated tomb? Absolutely not. Why the heck would I give a mayor a dedicated tomb? Just, it's a mayor. It's not a, somebody of importance. I mean, heck, I don't even think my Baron has a dedicated tomb at the minute. Not for any reason other than, like, I don't know, I just haven't built one. I'm actually just going to get rid of some of the pig iron and steel bar jobs because, like, just get rid of those. Just don't really have the stuff to make them, so making them feels kind of pointless right now. Just stick to making the iron stuff and leave it at that. And then throw a lever down right there. No, I would actually remind you not to run for office in this fort. Not only that, I would also, YouTube chatter, I would remind you to run away from this fortress as fast as your little legs can carry you if you are a dwarf. Man, I'm real tempted to just start fucking shooting at them. I'm not gonna lie. All right, we will wait until they get in here, and then I will lock the doors. For their own safety, of course. Head treasurer, high treasurer, and human diplomat. Okay. Another dwarf was found dead? What? Gorgon then some was found dead? For what reason? That was literally my commander. What? Maybe infection? Presumably death, yes, but like... Syndrome? Possibly. It could have been poison. It could have been infection. It could have been either of those. Well, that's a fucking shame. Now that... Yeah, that would be an infection from injuries, but we'll never know now. I mean, I could make a slab, but that's still not necessarily going to tell us. Unless it was like a combat-related accident, which is possible, but pretty unlikely. Another human caravan has arrived. I'm actually going to send us the squads off map. We're going to go attack something. Because I know that this thing's going to work now. We're going to go attack goblins. Pillage. Y'all better be good at this. Don't you fucking fail me, dwarves. Huh? Why are you leaving? Did they get into a fight with one of my dwarves? What the heck? Well, we got our new mayor a second time. Okay, then. I'm gonna lock the door in a minute. Sparring accident? It could have been, yeah. Pretty unlikely, but it's possible. Do you have one of those lead splints on? No, you don't. You're just slow. Well, anyways, we're off to go attack the goblins for our first goblin or anti-goblin invasion. So, I don't know. Whatever you want to post for good luck for the dwarves. Wish these dwarves some good luck, because I think they deserve it. Or don't post anything. And in that case, you could just wiggle in your seat a little bit. Or give them a thumbs up, which I won't see, and that's fine. Or you could, like, shout luck or hail or, to the tavern with thee! Or something. Regardless. Wish him luck, chat. Did this just get forbidden? No, it didn't. Okay, good. To the task, yes. To the stuff and the things. Farmers Guild. I will approve it and then not build it. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people as much discussed. Yep. Please bring me stuff. Platinum nuggets, bituminous coal, limonite, hematite, etc. They want bracelets and footwear. And a few additional things that you can go grab. Even more few additional things that you can go grab. And the diplomat is meeting with Krub for a bunch of unrelated things. Let's ask for wood from one of them. Drinks and toys they want. Also for anybody who's like going like, man, you're not being super nice to these dwarves. Like they don't have a huge space or anything. You do need to remember, most of these dwarves don't even have bedrooms. Like this is kind of a mean fort. There's two dwarves putting stuff in tombs. Here we go. One at a time. And you're going to go take a nappy poo. More diplomacy. And now you're here to trade at depot. Are they all stuck? Kind of seems like it. I wonder if it's because it's too close. Oh well. If I deconstruct this once, it's not going to end all of our trade relations, just a lot of them. Sorry, humans. I wouldn't do that to the dwarves. Humans, however, yeah. Yeah, I would. It sucks to be them, I suppose. We need the food anyway. And you know, honestly, I'm blaming them for my commander's death. It was definitely their fault. Now, don't I have a multi-metal object job? Melt a metal object. It should get popped up any moment. Exactly, Real Wispy. You get it. Real Wispy gets it. We've given them very high value trade goods. It makes sense that Crub the Grub would be helping with burial of bodies. Let's see what additional... Oh, we're out of sarcophagus. Gold! Sarcophagus! I'm really curious to see how the pillaging of Sinful Muse is going to go. That's what I want to see. We don't even have a tavern yet. It's a mid-mood with no farming. No tavern, no farming, almost nobody has a bedroom. In fact, maybe I'll just get rid of them and just replace it with one big dorm. Nobles get bedrooms, that's it. Although, I was kind of in the process of doing that, and then I got really distracted, so might as well go back to that. Or at the very least, in the process of making a real big dorm. Maybe not just one big dorm, but at least several. Oh, it's just you that does the object. Okay. That's why that's not going so fast. Melt a metal object. I'm just going to say if there's 10. Do 10. All right, here you just get rid of that. Because I want everything over there to get melted down nice and quick like. Holy fucking shit. That's a lot of stuff. Oh my god. Okay, hold up. Let's also melt down all of that. I realize we're also melting down some of my gold goblets. That's fine. Bars. Yeah, let's do some more gold goblets. That's fine. Or silver goblets, maybe. And silver bolts. We are off to a good start, I think. At least the future of this fortress is bright. And by bright, I mean will shine in the light of lava. How many more do I need? Oh, I think we're caught up. Well, that's good. All right. Well, I am now under the... I was about to say under the assumption that it's time to test the front door, but I will let all of my soldiers return to the fortress first. I'm also going to grab them and tell them to go claim whatever. We're getting copper, silver, more bronze. We've got tin, of course. Tons of lead, sterling silver, black bronze, bismuth. Nice, 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 nice. Iron shield. Let's skip 8 of those. I wonder how many more dwarves are going to need to walk up this way. Jetai is pretty correct, yeah. Tried to translate Loktar Ogar victory or death into Dwarven, but there's no word for victory. Isn't there... Well, there's succor death. I don't know. Is there succeed? Succor. Nope. Win. Yeah, I guess there isn't a victory. I mean, you could just say war or death. War or peace, maybe. Prank or death? Honestly, I feel like most people should live in a reality where you have to say bath or death. Triumph, sure. Yeah, triumph is a dwarven word. Some weaponsmith withdraws from society. Now that I'm actually really excited to see. There you are. There you are. Yeah, knock the other dwarf out of the way. What are you going for? Square cut Morians, because you presumably already have metal. Gold bars. Square cut gems. Raw green glass. A quarry. There's no way. Oh, stacked cloth. Shining bars of metal, cut gems, glass, stacked cloth, rough gems. Do I really just not have any rough gems? I must just not have any rough gems. Soft right down there. Just looking around for some rough gems real quick here. I swear there was some. I swear I've seen some even. Maybe let's just go get those smoky quartz clusters. There they go. Gives it the extra thud. Yeah. All right, let's go here. Oh. That isn't what I want that to be. Okay. That's a little silly, but is that not what you needed? Got gems. Okay, hold on. It's shining bars of metal is what I need for the reset. Shining bars of metal. Cut gems. Glass. Stacked cloth. Oh, you need cloth. Do I not have any silk? That must be it. Which is weird, because... Maybe not weird, but a bit surprising, because you would think that, like... all these spiders over here would have, like, dug into here by now. Or, like, made their way into here by now, but they haven't. Well, that's a little annoying. Oh, well. Okay, well, there's some, like, right here. Okay, I'm just going to do this. Fix drop webs. Just fall. There we go. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, there's no way that I don't. But I do now! We're in an ad break. I'll pause. Gold isn't that bad for Warhammer. Gold is like one of the best materials for Warhammer, and artifacts don't wear down at all. If it's like a sword or something, that'll suck, but... Isn't mood view only short-term stress? I don't know what you mean. I mean, it's both. If you're talking about the top left, it's both. It's not the most accurate, but it's the current stress, which could be short or long-term. Is there ways to deal with merchants from stop merchants from falling into moats? Build railings. Literally, that's all you can do. Like, build a railing. Like, practice safe moat building. All right, since we're in an ad break at the minute, we demanded that tribute, and that was successful. I want to see what this went like. So we went and pillaged the goblins. Oh. We looted treasure. There was nobody there. I'm slightly disappointed. Got a bunch of crap from them. No, this was the spoils report. Bunch of iron arrows. Oh yeah, not bad. We got bolts, an iron crossbow, whoa, this is a lot better than I've seen in the past. Whole bunch of iron gear. Iron greaves, some shoes, spears, cage. Damn, actually. I'm kind of pleasantly surprised by that. All right, well, let's go attack the goblins somewhere where it hurts. Instead of just a mostly empty location. Like evil seizure. We're gonna go pillage them. Good luck, dwarves. Good luck. All right. So once they've all left, I'm going to close this gate. When I close this gate... What are you doing? Just grabbing random crap? I'm going to lock the door, and if they're stuck outside, oh well. They can go stand down there or something. And then we're going to give this a test. We're going to see how this goes. And if they decide to walk up to the lava, then, well, that's on them. that is in fact going to be on them. Sick bridge with fully automated lava machine gun in the door of it, so yeah. Sick bridge which cures all illnesses by removing all oxygen and functionality from one's body, but it's a bridge that cures all illnesses. When this dwarf gets back inside, I will lock it. And now we're going to test it. Sorry if you are easily disturbed by animals getting hurt. That is my apologies to you, chat room. Are these all full? Yes, they are. We'll follow the one on the edge here. This is the first proper test run of whether or not this will work. So, if you want to see some lava murder my livestock, grab your Windows screen and drag it back over to the primary monitor for a second here. I really hope that YouTube isn't using voice recognition for this. So these globs of lava collide with the livestock, which then go flying, skidding, bleeding. That sheep down there is going to go splat and is already dead. There's still somehow some of these goats are living. But you cannot breathe. Did you get hit so hard that it crushed your lungs? The flying glob strikes the goat in the rear leg. The right rear leg slides along the ground, bruising the muscle. The mouth skids along the ground, which splits into gore. Its upper body skids along the ground, bruising the muscle and tearing the middle spine's nervous tissue. The left front leg skids along the ground, bruising the muscle, and their upper body skids along the ground, which destroyed their lung. Got it. Well, actually tore it. And then this one gets engulfed in fire, and this one just suffocates. And here comes volley number 2. Somehow the goose is still alive. Oh, not anymore. Sorry, goose. It didn't even kill all of them. That's the amazing bit. So the game is slowing down because my dwarves are trying to path out to the animals. And there may also be some dwarves outside that are trying to get back in. But that's it. That's the weapon. So we can watch it run in slow motion once while the frame rates are down. So it drops down in a minute. Goes down and fills up with lava. So I can swap to this. And then it flies around the corner. The low frame rate's actually helpful for the slow-mo view of this. Goes up to the top, where I'm going to pause real quick, and I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to remove that, and I'm just going to make sure that I'm still following you. Yes, I am. And then it goes down, and then it collides with this, and there it goes. Whee! Splort. Beautiful. And now I'm going to pause the game. And wait for a dwarf to come. Give this a pull. That was so cool. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Actually, while it's still running, let's turn on ASCII and do a lap in ASCII. Okay, so minecart goes up and then around the corner and across and down, and the lava flies out like that. And this whole thing is just fucking covered in blood. So it's up to any enemies if they are going to attempt to invade this. And obviously, if they decide to go around this or build around this, we'll have to fight them. And so now we just need to wait for the lava carts to get pushed back up. Which here they come. There's 2. There's 3, 4. And the final 2. Which we'll get up here in a second. 1. And we just need that final one. And I can open up the front door. There's probably a dwarf trying to leave, actually. It's got to be that. Yes, I literally just saw a soldier dwarf, so that's the issue. So yeah, that's a minecart cannon. At least a lava minecart cannon. We'll build another one, though. Not to fire lava. It's going to fire something else. That's a bad day, yeah, no, totally. Where does the lava end up running off to after it splats? They're 3 deep lava is the bricks. So it's basically like getting hit by a very, very, very heavy sudden flying object. Petricards. And then after that object collides with you, when it stops moving, it turns into 3 tiles of lava. So that's how that works. I will say that lava cannons are some of my favorite things to build. Just because of how fucking cool they end up looking. Okay, so now I just need this to open so that one soldier that's definitely still in here can leave. Oh, that's cool. The Swords Dwarf has created Lal Sesh. It's a Lul Sesh. A gold crossbow. And claims it as an heirloom. Yeah, literally, I just had one soldier that needed to leave. So I sort of said this out loud a little while ago, and I think I'm going to stick to it. Oh my god. There's a grizzly bear there. I suppose I shall sacrifice it because I didn't buy it. But I'm going to stick to what do you call it? Something that I said out loud that I might do earlier and then decided to not later, which is I'm going to build a tavern now that we've gotten this far. The reason I'm going to do that, I wonder how long that body's going to burn for. Okay, fire went out finally. But it's covered in vomit. I'm going to give these dwarves a tavern. I think that they've earned it. Specifically, now that we are in this situation where I have that, we can build them a tavern. So once we give them a bigger dormitory, I shall give them a tavern near it. That is not the materials I wanted. That's just whatever I want to be much more specific. Cannonballs? I don't think cannon is a word. I could probably name the zone cannonball, because that I could just type whatever. But I don't actually think I can name the tavern itself cannonball, because I don't think the dwarves know what a cannonball is. But I'll see what I can do. But I can name the zone that. I also don't know where I'm going to put it just yet. I haven't really decided that. So we'll get there when we get there, I suppose. And that's a grizzly bear, which I didn't legitimately get, and I don't really want it, so... I'm going to throw all of these animals that were given to me into this pit, and we'll see if any of them are dumb enough to actually fall. Because I don't know. They might be. But maybe they won't be. Explosion orb? Is there a word for explosion? I don't know. Also, I'm actually... So sometimes I'm very, like, open and generous about this stuff. I'm going to say no. Can you just name a dwarf, Bert? Because, one, I haven't even started building it. I don't know where I'm going to put it. And I'm going to forget. And that's not something I can actually do because cannonball isn't a word. So let's just name you a dwarf. Or could I give you a statue? Or something else? Like, something that's, like, doable here. Like, I can give the tavern a funny name when I get to it, but let's just give you a dwarf. I try to stick to dwarves because honestly it is the easiest thing. Outside of like a piece of furniture, which I don't know why you would do that, but... Is there a good lever pulling dwarf? That's not a career. That's like asking, is there a good standing dwarf? It's like, well, most of them are standing. So because you've waived all of your rights by asking for two things that I do not generally give you as a option, I will simply give you this dwarf. Would you like to name something else, or do you want to stick with Bert? I'll ask you that. Like, I could name the dwarf cannonball, actually. We could do that. Do cages break if you throw them out of a cannon? No. No, they do not. But, I wonder if they would free it from the cat. Because, like, if the enemies are attacking you and there's a friendly in a cage, they will release the thing from a cage. I don't know if they will release, like, neutral entities to them from a cage. Because they'll release their own friends from the cage. That would be really funny. I've never tried that. But that would be really funny if you could put, like, an animal into a cage and then they would release it from the cage. I don't know. Has anybody here tried that or seen them release, like, a non-member of their army from a cage? Has anybody witnessed that? If you do, I would be curious to know. I could try it, potentially. I was just going to put coins in it. Also, I will say I do have a daily minimum. My daily minimum means I've made minimum wage streaming on the day. And we are... Actually, hold on. Let me just count. I am $50 US away from the daily minimum in streaming revenue on the day. And today is the last day of the month, meaning today is the last day that I build up paychecks for this month. We'll name them Cannonball then. So if you would like to help me make my daily minimum, you could do that by gifting a subscription, using a Prime sub, cheering. I don't know. That's really your only options on Twitch, eh? He has, or I don't know, PayPal. He has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution and is very trusting. Does not go out of his way to help others and isn't particularly curious about the world. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. Flurf! Flurf is carrying the stream today, chat. Thanks for the 10er earlier and now the 20. Chat, can I get a round of burrs for Flurf? Appreciate you, mate. I feel like Flurf should just get another dwarf for that. I know Flurf already has a dwarf, sort of, but he isn't particularly curious about the world and tends to actually I got something even better. Tends to be share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and is moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He's somewhat uncomfortable around those. You said cannonball. I just named cannon. Ball. Cannonball. He He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is swayed by the emotions of others. He often feels lustful and can sometimes act without deliberation. He is distracted from conversations easily when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. He personally finds eloquence to be an artful speech off-putting and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes koboltite as well as bronze and citrine and weasel leather and doors and puzzle boxes and giant jumping spiders for their ability to leap and the words of the golden rod of smiles, and possibly prefers to consume single grain wheat beer and absolutely hates slugs. And you worship Earth and are a member of the Communion of Gods. Welcome to the fort. Oh, I never actually named you Ways. But you're pondering foraging behavior. You saw a dead body, which scares you. At least you're content after pondering foraging behavior and reading books. So now the next thing I gotta do is I just gotta work on this outer wall. Like, really? This is all I gotta do now. What if I don't do this and instead do this? I just build underneath all this. This over here can go away, though. I'll say this can go away and be replaced. What I should actually do is this. Because this needs to be replaced with something else. Ha! What? Oh! I wonder if the grizzly burned long enough. Anyway, we found the magma sea. Somebody did. Or one of my dwarves did. Nope. I'm not sure. Something fell into the lava, and something found the magma sea. So, yay? Yay. Also, Wereskink, Captain Kivish, the Wereskink. Hey, hold up. Didn't that attack the last fort? Phycodon's Neckus has come. A huge skink twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glowed searchers. Or maybe it attacked here earlier. Its skills are blocky and close set. You'll know why you fear the night. Yada yada. Okay, so the animals found it. Okay, well, it seems to be going away from the fort, so that seems to be a good thing. Oh. What? Okay, so... Yeah, sure. We are definitely not starving because I'm just, like, ordering delivery from everybody in the entire world. Has anybody ever seen a Forgotten Beast just leave? This is a gold crossbow. All crossbow ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval turquoise cabochons and decorated with point-cut green glass gems and rope reed and encircled with bands of gold and eshru and yearling caves, the terrible poisons, Forgotten Beast silk. This object menaces with spikes of Lemonite. On the item is an image of Reg Crub the Grub, the dwarf, and spears in Morian. Crub the Grub is surrounded by the spears. On the item is an image of pear-cut gems in green glass. But they come back? What? Well, it's no longer the full moon. Well, I'm sure they'll come back. I've just never seen them leave while they're transformed. That's what I've never seen before. Like, that's the part that's perplexing me here. Like, that's the weird bit. It was, in fact, a were creature, and then it went, where am I? And then it ran away. But yes, that is very true. That is exactly what that was. A very lost were creature, seemingly. Well, obviously they come back. They didn't get torn apart. That is true as well. They tend to come back mostly when they don't die. So as long as they die, then they'll return. If they don't die, then they're not so keen to return. Okay, let's also go down to here. And let's make this into a dormitory. And we'll put some pedestals for fancy items in here. We'll put some great statues commissioned by the fort into here. We'll put some table, a table, because that's all I have, and a chair into here. Apparently it's a throne. And I'll let them build all this for a little bit. But as far as tavern goes, I really feel like the tavern should be a little bit closer to the surface. Perhaps on this level. Like perhaps up here. Or maybe just over here. What do we have for blocks? Don't really want to use obsidian. It's too dark. Although, how about this? So I've done that. Around the edge, I'm gonna build some obsidian, because why not? I have lots of it. I'm gonna go into here, and I'm going to maybe 3 wide. We got some ads incoming. Let's do nice, actually. Fuck it, let's just throw nice in the entire base of this. Nice. No joke intended, like, genuinely genuine. And then we've got a bunch of gold, probably. I would presume. It does appear that we've got gold. Gold table. Gold throne. Let's say 20. And 20. That's ore of zinc. Let's make some brass. So that were creature was observed by an animal. Its stealth was broken by an animal. Was what that was. South. We'll work on some of that zinc as well. Just like we're making brass. We've also got platinum. Bars, what have I got here? Quite a lot of gold, although about half of that is in floors somewhere. Got a shit ton of... fuck it. Let's do lead furniture. Lead door. Nice big heavy lead doors. 50. Let's do lead... toys for the kids. I'm sure they'll appreciate those. And let's do lead crowns for the pain. And lead minecarts for trading. We're in an ad break, so I'll let it run. Classic from the 80s? Yeah. Classic from a lot of things, actually. Let's see how a proper pillaging of the goblins went, chat. So we attacked them, and we pillaged. We attacked the rumored cruelties. They're rumored to be cruel, chat. The dwarf Sangor Tinfaint led the attack, and the defenders were led by Osnun Dreamsvice. Sangor outmatched... Oh, the goblin outmatched Sangor with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage in Evil Seizure. Well, that's not good. So there was a bunch of duels, and a lot of escaping unscathing. So far, so good. This made you realize that you are limiting yourself by only trading for food and seeds? Absolutely. Trade for all sorts of things. The National Lanterns, led by the dwarf Imush Stab Merchant. Can I just say, if Stab Merchant isn't a career backstabber or like a career like sellsword, they've completely missed an opportunity with their last name. Stab Merchant. Clashed with 6 goblins in Evil Seizure. Sangor clashed with 6 goblins. Nobody's died here. We clashed with 6 goblins. The National Entrance clashed with 6 goblins. Okay, let's see what else happens. A lot more nothing coming of these defeated fights. Clashed with 6 goblins. They're basically just like sparring almost, like facing off against these goblins and coming off even. Clashed with 6 goblins. Lots of, while defeated, the latter escaped unscathed. Stab Merchant, the dishonest. Oh no. One of my dwarves' foot was ripped. Doran's foot was ripped. Honestly, if that's the worst that can happen, or if that's the worst that happened, that went pretty good. Like, that could have gone a lot worse. Like, a whole lot worse. Why don't we go for the Ghoul of Systems? The Ghoul of Systems, is that like a loot goblin? We're gonna go pillage. Go get them, dwarves. And for my personal squadrinos, they'll get new shields. I'm also going to smelt... Apparently I've got limonite ore and stuff, which I wasn't super aware of. Stab Merchant the Loyal. Yeah, no, Stab Merchant the knife dealer. He deals them as far as he can throw them. And this is a dwarf we're talking about, so pretty far. Chad, what's the most recent, if you've had one, moment in Dwarf Fortress where you realized that you were missing a pretty fundamental system that, like, kind of changed how you approach the game? I think the day that I realized that I could actually, like, invite merchants to my fortress, or, like, started specifically prioritizing, like, what I, like, imported and exported, that was a pretty big deal for me. And also, how did you discover that thing, if you have something like that? Also, the vampire video seems to have hit 40,000 views this morning. You had a full day, but did you see that new update note on the official Dwarf Fortress website? I saw one yesterday. Was there a newer one? Oh shit. When was this posted? I mean, it was posted like today, right? Hold up. Chat, we gotta do a reading stream. Who's ready for a book? I need water as well. To answer your question, no, I didn't see this. It's not April Fool's. Hello, since the last patch, things have been... It's still the fucking 31st, you goddamn time traveler. Also, Tarn doesn't tend to do April Fool's Day stuff in these. Since the last patch, things have been afoot in Magicville. I spent some time on magical populations of people, although some of the biggest updates to Dwarf Fortress in history have released on April 1st, fun fact. I spent some time on magical populations of people and infrastructure we need for that. For instance, a world can have earlier civilization where everybody can has links to one of the procedurally generated magic forces and use effects more freely than lab using wizards of the fort mode era. That sort of thing is in now with the relevant objects generated by Lua, but available in the regular interaction TXT files. So it's moddable, is what that means. The next chunk of time I spent working on labs, since Jacob provided over 300 images of lab bits for me to use. The game can now construct images of workshops supporting a variety of different vibes, from botany to rune carving to orbs and mirrors to necromancy, brewing, and alchemy to scrolls and books to lightning, and we've kept them the standard 3x3 tile size to make it all manageable. But there are some animations for mechanisms, electricity, candle flames. It's pretty wholesome. I'm going to switch gears now to the next routine patch for sometime mid-April-ish. So far, it seems like magic work and routine patches will coexist nicely, which is good. If I can keep up a monthly patch cycle while making progress on magic, army, and diplomacy, that should be good enough. Huh. So we'll get some bug fixes in April. We won't get this in April, but this is what he has so far. Yeah, he talked about that when I interviewed him. He talked about alchemy. Because this was the last routine patch, right? Which was just like dwarves seek out meals more aggressively, blah, 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 like all this stuff. Some stability stuff. So this is just like behind the scenes stuff and is moddable. So magic can exist and is moddable. A world can have an earlier civilization where everybody has links to one of the procedural generated magic forces and use effects more freely than the lab using wizards. I wonder what that means. Does that mean that, like, I guess some people will just be gifted, I suppose. I wonder if that means, like, electricity, as in, like, dwarf can shoot, like, wizard lightning, or if that means electricity as in, like, you can power things. Like, is dwarf battery? Or is dwarf... bzzz? You know? I know, like, is dwarf battery or is dwarf Tesla coil? It's more like, is it lightning gun out of hand, or is it battery? That's... I'm thinking lightning gun. No, absolutely, Tapioca. I just want to know what that's going to look like in game. There's been magic in the game for a while, Dragonian, but this is a much more explicit, direct magic. The magic that's been in has been in since the adventure mode release. There are magical weapons in the game that can have powers connected to it. Control weather, sun, thunderstorm? I'm not going to lie, this last bit bummed me out a little bit. I was hoping to say, and this is all releasing next week! Unless what he means, I'm going to switch gears now to the next routine patch for sometime mid-April-ish. I wonder if that means that this is ready to go, and he's going to release it and then switch gears. Like if we're getting this like tomorrow or some shit. Or if that means that this is all there, and he's going to now work on an April patch and then go back to working on this. Yeah, he does. He didn't release a new version, though. Because, like, the last version was 4th of March. I wonder if anybody's saying anything on the Kid Fox Discord. Let's see. Nobody seems to be talking about it much. Nobody's posted it. So sometimes Tarn has a habit of doing a thing that Kid Fox doesn't like very much because it's really bad if you're trying to market a video game coherently, which is every now and again, he'll just like say something a day before it gets announced. So I wonder. I don't know, man. I'm actually just going to DM somebody and be like, yo, what does this mean? Does anybody know what time this was posted? Because there isn't timestamps on the Bay12 on like this blog. I'm just going to see if I can get more info. I'm also kind of curious if Kid Fox knows that he posted that. What do you guys think, based on the way he worded that? Do you guys think that that is, like... that means that that's just going to be in the game soon? Or that that's what he's worked on up until this point? Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. I appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded, dude. Regardless, I think that that deserves a... By the way, I've hit the daily minimum, especially now that Devil Dawn just dropped the 5-pack, so thank you. I think that that means that I'm going to need to make a news video tonight. I don't remember which one that was. That he's, like... Which one was that, Mark? That he's... That it's going to be in the game soon, or that we're going to have to wait a while? Yeah, but there's the one wording that he said that's like, huh? Which is this. That sort of thing is in the game now. Relevant objects and files get generated by Lua. It's in now. Neezer, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Cheers, dude. And then also that. Over 300 images of lab bits for me to use. The game can now construct images of workshops supporting a variety of different vibes, from botany to rune carving, to orbs and mirrors, to necromancy, to brewing and wait, hold up. We already have brewing. To alchemians, to scrolls, and books, to lightning. I wonder if that means we're going to get like just a general workshops update, because that's almost how that reads. We've kept them the standard. I know that you can also brew potions, but still. Standard 3x3 tile size to make it all manageable, but there are some animations for mechanisms, electricity, candle flames. Candle flames? Sure, you're probably right. It's probably like a new category of workshop. Yeah, it really... You need to remember, anything is possible with this game, because back in the day, a patch used to just come out like this, where one day you'd just be like playing and then someone would pop into your chat and be like, did you see the update yesterday? And you'd be like, no, what? And then you just open up Bay 12 and there'd just be an update there. Sometimes he would tweet about it. Your flights have changed. Holy fuck, open the app to see how we fucked your flight. And then it's like your flight number changed. Your itinerary. My flight got delayed by 1 minute. Which is great because it's a connecting flight. And we have an hour layover. So we have like an hour to get to the other gate. It's fine. It's like 100 meters that we have to go to get to the other gate. Stone Hobo. But like... I got that and I had a panic attack too. So I know the feeling. So yeah, I don't know. I wonder if Tarn's up. I could actually just DM him. I don't like to DM Toady too often, so. All right, I also poked Tarn. Yeah, I don't know. It's 20 past midnight now in the UK. You're here. I'm aware. It's pretty late. I kind of doubt he's online, but you never know. I also don't know what time this was posted, so. So, yeah, I don't know. That's exciting. That is exciting. Very, very, very exciting. Oh no, the wagons are... the site's inaccessible? I wonder which part of it's inaccessible. There's probably still lava on the bridge. Yep. Still lava on the bridge. I've definitely received DMs from Tarn at like fuck off o'clock AM his local time before, when he lived in like the US still, so I don't know. He's always been a bit of an odd sleep cycle person. Any glass makers? That I probably do have, Stormwolf. I hope you're doing well, mate. Got pushed back 10 minutes early. Well, that's, I mean, sure. 10 minutes, woo! Do all airlines do that? Because I'm also flying Air Canada, and they've been doing that a lot recently, but I haven't flown Air Canada in, like, I don't know, since 2019 or something. It's been a while. It's a bunch of fighting, and it's Honey Badger. Go figure. well, dead honey badger. Oh no, anyways. Oh, squads are back. Let's see how this fight went. I will say, if a new update drops tomorrow, this is probably going to require a new world. And I'll be sad to say goodbye to this world, but I will say goodbye to it immediately. If that is a thing that releases, like, soon. We'll just go through this fight, and then we'll get you a glassmaker. Actually, yeah, we'll go through this fight first. The Goblin Alongo led the attack, and the defenders were led by Lekla. Tapir Blames. Oh, also, speaking of flights, Hobo, when I was talking with my dad, he was like, I should wear a BC Lions jersey and hat. And then he goes, oh, no. I don't want to get, like, I don't want people to hate me. And I'm like, you should wear your BC Lions jersey. Simply put, people in Quebec really don't like the BC Lions if they like Canadian football. Yeah. Anyway, the goblin leader was struck down alongside of another goblin who was struck down. The attackers had a strong positional advantage, so we're off to the races here. The praised alchemical sabers, poorly led by Sangor, clashed with 9 goblins, slaying 8. The national lanterns, poorly led by Imush, clashed with a single goblin, slaying him. We looted treasure. Well, that went well and was easy. That's a lot of stuff. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I like to think that the giant earthworm leather tunic is just like a fabric tube. Okay, so you want a glassmaker. I probably have... I do! I have 3 glassmakers. Which glassmaker glasses your suit most? Suits your glass most. A leather tube? More like... Yeah, sure. Correct. It's like a... Hey, chat, you know what's brilliant? You know what's wonderful? I've officially reached the time of the year where the sun is high enough in the sky that it doesn't touch my green screen. It might a little bit later in the day when it gets lower, but, like, the light is, like, that far away from the edge of my green screen. It's beautiful. You'll take Olan, and then it's gone. Is there a reason to think an update is dropping soon beyond the fact that it's been a month since the last one? Historically, Tarn has released 4 very major patches on April 1st, but that's just my conspiracy brain talking. Historically, Tarn will release a big update after he talks about it, usually the day before. I have reason to believe that there's going to be an update this month. Soon, TM. I may or may not have a source on that one. And, but that could also just be that routine patch. And him saying that it's in the game now. So, is there? I mean, it could be compiling, like, right now. I remember Putnam once saying that it took her, like 2 hours to compile the game. Which is why she needed a new computer. So who knows? But KitFox is the one that pushes it live to Steam. So KitFox ain't in the office right now, because I don't know what time it is in Montreal, but it's, what, 3 hours ahead? So it's like 7 p.m. or something. So they're not in the office. They're not working. So if there's an update ready, and Tarn posted a blog post early saying, yeah, a patch is coming out, he very rarely states the patch is going to release. He usually just writes a blurb of words. But now he wouldn't release it until it's been sent to KitFox. So the only reason I'm saying I'm not positive is, 1, he was kind of ambiguous, and 2, we wouldn't know until tomorrow morning when KitFox wakes up. I'm just excited and I'm speculating, okay? Don't think too much about it. Anyway, Stormwolf never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. He's always tense and jittery, and he is grounded in reality. He dislikes helping others and is slow to trust others. He has a sense of duty and occasionally can overindulge. He sometimes acts without deliberation and is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this, obviously, because he dislikes the natural world. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He is quick to anger and can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally hates those who wield power over others and thinks that friendship is important and sees introspection as important, and likes marble, silver, morion, and giant snapping turtle shell, the color umber, crossbows, amulets, and giant axe blades, and the words of the skirts of embracing, and when possible prefers to consume tomato wine and absolutely hates rats. It's probably not releasing tomorrow, but I would be just as not surprised if it did. We meet with the liaison, and I request wood, iron anvils. We'll just do wooden iron anvils. They want windows. Okay. Insert Linux joke. Man, so many new little sites have popped up. Let's pillage once more. So it could be in Kid Fox's inbox. Yes. Like, if he posted that at, like, 1 a.m. or, like, maybe not 1 a.m. If he posted that at, like, 1 a.m. and I saw it when I woke up, then I would immediately ask if that meant that there was a new patch out today. If that went out at, like, you know, noon, I would ask Kid Fox. Although they'd probably then say tomorrow because, you know, you probably want to release a patch at the start of the day, not at the end of the day. Okay, let's go further down through this, and then just go cart. Oh, I don't have gold mine carts at the minute. Although, actually, do I have extra anvils around? I feel like I need some extras. I do. Fancy that. He does, in fact, have a nose this time. In regards to your dwarf. Congratulations on your nose. And some migrants have arrived. Greetings, noble dwarf. There's much to discuss. The world is the same as ever, they say. And I'm going to expand this stockpile. And this out here is going to go around there. Although if the patch does drop tomorrow and I don't get to see a siege in this fort, I will be a little bit disappointed because this is one of the most badass things I've built in a while. But, oh well. Only a little bit disappointed. I guess like I would be a little bit less conspiratorial at the minute if I knew what time of day that post was posted at. Actually, there's one other person I can DM. You're back from your pre-employment drug test. It was invasive and degrading as the usual for your entry job level. Hey, it'll work. Why'd you have to take a drug test? What are you doing for work? Drug tests always like bewildered me a wee bit, but as somebody who would just fail a lot of those tests by default, even though like it's not like I'm a drug addict. It's just because of like my actual medication. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to get grab andesite. But congrats at the very least on the job, you know? That's what matters. Drug tests for jobs are so dystopian. I mean, it depends on what they're testing for. But at the same time, yeah. I'm not going to disagree that it's kind of dystopian. For things like metalwork or yeah, like if you're gonna be like a pharmacy, that makes a lot of sense. Or like if you're maybe operating heavy machinery, that makes some sense. Like you want somebody who's sober at the very least. Good morning, Emily. How'd you sleep? I feel like you didn't sleep much. I've only been live for 7.5 hours. Oop, I got a response from a person. I sent Clino a message and asked if he's seen it. And he was like, not if it's recent. So I was like, okay, look. Which I think that's a valid thing to say. Let's trade with the mountain home first. I'll buy those. Actually, like, okay on food for the moment. But I will buy it regardless. Also buy the anvils. Wow, don't actually have the money for them. It's because of those bloody steel anvils. Let's see if they'll trade for that. Sweet. They'll take a very hard bargain from us. That's pretty good. What can I get for all these shoes? Those bars? Sure. Trade. We'll call it done. Let's bring those over. Let's bring those over there. What if I brought the gold crutches over? Don't get a huge amount of value, so I will buy the medical stuff from them out of laziness and not wanting to make it myself. Also, those tend to be pretty cheap, with the exception of the one that's not. I'm also just going to buy the thread, the leaves and fruit, some of the fish, and they take the trade with the hard bargain. Last one. Grub the Grub meets with the diplomat, and they say it's such a pleasant place you've carved out here for yourselves. There's much to share. On to the next diplomat. You didn't sleep much? Yeah, that sucks. Well, hopefully you get a better night's sleep soon. Or you can nap later. Sleep is important. Still slowly melting metal objects. And the last one, which they can't carry because it's too heavy, but that's okay. I can sort that problem out by buying some stuff. And it won't be as heavy. Such as all those oh, actually, no, I don't want the venom, and I don't feel like sorting it. I'm too lazy. I've got plenty of weapons so far. About the steel short sword. Got the breastplates and the mail shirts. Okay. Too much value. You're not saying aliens, but what I want to know, and I've just DM'd like 4 people. You were only one of the people I DM'd, and also the last one I thought to DM, Clino. No offense. When Tarn says it's in the game now, does that mean a patch is dropping soon? I'm just sitting here speculating that it might already be in Kit Fox's inbox, and none of them are in the office. Because it popped up like midday today. Like it's just sitting in a Slack link somewhere. Like, what are the odds? You know? Could it already be there? Because that's how it reads when it's like, you know, that's in the game now, right? I love how heavy those crutches are. That's so funny. Okay. That's a steel anvil. That's an iron anvil. That's a neither anvil. Let's do steel, green glass. So Gib thinks it'll be mid-April with the regular patch. Do I have a video on stockpile management? Nothing super advanced, no, because I'm terrible at it. Hetman Jr. And also because, like, I'm not really sure how I would explain it. But the simple TLDRs is, if you want to empty a stockpile or stop a stockpile from being full, click this button so that they don't take from anywhere. If you want a stockpile to take from a workshop, you go to the workshop and then you tell the workshop to give. If you want a workshop to take from somewhere specific, set a stockpile as a take stockpile for that workshop. If, like, say you want this smelter to unload into this stockpile only, but not another one that's down there, you could set this as a give stockpile for this smelter. So when it's done, items will be given to that stockpile, which can be useful for, like, maybe I have a furniture stockpile right here. Then I could set this to only take from this gem stockpile and from this furniture stockpile, which I could do that right now and show you. So if I set this as a tables, stands, rack, throne, and set it for all quality, but maybe just metal. Then I could set you to only take from here, only take from here, and then like there's, you know, rough and encrusted versions of these. I could tell you to cut some gems, they'll cut gems, and I could then tell them to encrust furniture with cut gems and do that on repeat, and then they'll do that once something is brought up there. And they'll only use that gold furniture. Mid-April obviously means the 2nd. Well, I mean, that's the routine patch. Regardless, I'll hear back from somebody tomorrow, and if there's a patch out tomorrow, then woo! If there isn't, then probably later. You know? This is what happens when you're vague, okay? Like, chat room, for reference, if any of you ever end up running a project like Dwarf Fortress, this is how you drive people insane, is by being vague, and then saying something like, by the way, I added wizards. Anyways, it's in the game now. Okay, but when you press the go button, when you upload to Mega Upload, Tarn, when you do that, please tell me. I must know. Until then, I shall be sweating slightly. Unless, like, you know, you enjoy stressing people out. It's either a patch tomorrow or guaranteed a patch mid-April. And if it's a patch mid-April, that might still mean like that stuff could still be in there. You know, like we don't actually know. But yes, no, currently we are very much in Schrodinger's patch territory. Is there a patch or isn't there a patch? Tarn, please explain. I'm confused. I just want these goblins to attack me so I can shoot lava globs at their faces. That's all I want. It's very simple. Mm-hmm. This is correct, Kleno. But he said it's in the game now. Like, the line that's fucking with me in this post on Bay 12. What? For me to have pre-released? You know, they've never done a private pre-release branch that I had public access to. I've had access to pre-release branches before, but I wasn't allowed to do anything with them, which usually meant that it crashes every 90 seconds. And then once it's like past that point, it's like, yeah, you can do whatever you want with it now. But with the exception of the initial release of the Steam version, I don't think I've had access to one that like there was reason for me to have it. Like I had access to the Lua update a little bit before, but like I don't mod the games, so. But no, it's that sort of thing is in now with relevant objects generated by Lua. The next chunk of time I spent working on was this. We've kept them the standard 3x. Like this all sounds like. I know, I also have no inside knowledge. I knew that there was going to be a patch in April. I was told a little while ago that there was going to be a patch in April. I won't say what day I was told. But I'll say I wasn't told it would be on the 1st. But historically, some of the biggest patches in Dwarf Fortress history released on the 1st of April. Like, if I actually go to all versions. Okay, April 2nd. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, see, DF 44.09? That was a big patch. Actually, no, that was the 29th. That was the big patch. Okay, yeah, no, this is the one that I'm thinking of. The April 1st, 2010. 31.01. That was a big patch. Although, was that one of the versions that literally never ran, which is why you can't download it anymore? Or can't? No, you can still download it. Because it doesn't have the small version. That I don't know. That would probably be a hell of an April Fool's Day joke if it released a version of the game and it just like was so busted it didn't work. April 2nd can still be April 1st for some. Sure. Okay, so this right here is going to be the Tavern. This fort has never had a tavern, and it's literally 6 years old. I am a horrible fortress overseer, torturing my dwarves with lack of tavern. Let's just get this stuff melted down. I don't know how many objects I have to melt down, but it's probably a lot. But as I mentioned before, Frog for Hire, Tarn doesn't post the update anymore. It's KitFox that does that. So my theory as to why Tarn's being super vague and non-specific is because it's going to be in an update, and it's probably just sitting in a Slack DM with whatever file sharing service they use. That would be that is the entire reason for me being like, I don't know, guys. That's the entire reasoning. Which could be completely founded, could be complete and utter speculation with no solid evidence, which, you know. PR team? You mean Alexandra? Like, team? Yes, team of one. Maybe Tarn needs to write the patch notes still, but like. Oh, also, we found out that wagons fit through a singular tile ramp. We found a pretty big bug. But yeah, it's pretty late. I worked on this. This is in the game now. Second paragraph. We spent time working on this too. Third paragraph. Now I'm going to focus on routine patch. It sounds like the magic patch is ready, and they are now switching to bug fixing. I mean, the last patch that released, which was an addition to the siege stuff, released, and then like a week later, wait, actually, let's go look at his wording on the last one. This must be what it's like to be a fan of like a Bungie game. Just sitting there speculating. This routine patch. Here's a patch with lots of routine fixes. Here's a patch to clean things up. I've also tried. I'm looking for the last time that he. Here's some siege fixes. Here's some sieges for the fix update. Okay, so this was the siege update. We've done about half the possible changes that we were contemplating on the roadmap. We will certainly be doing some more, especially magical stuff, as work continues the update as the self-contained. I've always cold descend a single tile ramp, but there was some terrifying video back in the day. You forget the circumstances, but it's repeatable. I mean, here, I'll grab the clip from earlier. This. Yeah, anyway, I've never seen that before. You too believe you've heard of that? I've literally never seen nor heard of that before, so that is entirely a new one to me. For me, I guess, but I suppose I believe it. Not that I have many options now that I've literally seen it in front of me, but... What do you think of this tavern? Do you think it suits the royalness of this fortress? I hope so. And I hope these dwarves enjoy it. Because this is now a dining hall, as a reward for their glorious success in building a giant cannon. And this dining hall will be named Cannonball Tavern. And I'm going to click on this. I'm going to make a new inn tavern. No visitors, because we don't like those. This trader can be our tavern keeper. And I will put some chests in here. Or a chest in here at the very least. And over here I will also put, along here and along there, a stockpile for prepared meals and drink. And it's going to take from there. And that's it. That's the tavern. Look at all the dwarves just piling into here. None of these dwarves have had the opportunity to socialize yet in this fortress. None of them. There go the traders. And they can all make merry and listen to poetry and actually socialize and speak with their friends. They could also make friends now. For the first time since the very beginning of the fortress. They can go here to eat. They can go here to drink. Honestly, I think this is going to be a pretty big upgrade for this fortress. Yeah, because they successfully made the minecart cannon. And they ran the test and it was successful. We've also been invading the goblins. In fact, how did that last pillage attempt go? Pillaging the goblin villaging. Terrifying like that, you'll see if you can find it on the forum. Fair enough. Goblins, Sangor outmatched the goblin. Bulwark circles with the cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Stozu, Ward Doom was struck down. Several goblins were struck down, and they looted treasure. What sort? Bunch of crap. Typical. Got 13 iron bars, a bunch of silver, not a ton of zinc. Some steel. Let's make steel greaves. And we'll place some obsidian over there. And some obsidian over there. And I will place some obsidian over there and just remove that tile. And this tile, and those can be for 2 more forges. Dave Danger the Warlock, thanks for the 30th month. Welcome back, dude. I think like right now all of this like uncertainty has me in 2 very heavy minds. Do I make a video saying magic is coming because that's really exciting? Because I'm excited, which I am.
Oh hey, it's that time of the month for number to go up. Hope stream has been good.
No complaints. Devilish, thank you very much. I hope you're enjoying your time off. Hopefully you figured out stuff to do with yourself during that time. But there was a post from Toady, which is like super intriguing. And there's a lot of speculation happening right now. Chat, can I get a round of beers? But like, if it's not going to release tomorrow, then I will make a video, or want to make a video. If it's not going to release tomorrow, then I kind of don't care, because if it's not going to release tomorrow, or rather, if it is going to release tomorrow, then I don't care about making a video, because I just want to make the video for whatever is announced tomorrow, because there will probably be more information. You know? It's like, if it is released tomorrow, then I should wait until tomorrow to make a video. Otherwise, I should just release a video like stat. If that makes any sense. That's why I want to know. So this was posted on Bay 12, like sometime or like within the last like 2 hours. Hello, since the last patch, things have been afoot in Magicville. I spent some time on magical populations of people and the infrastructure we need for that. For instance, a world can have an earlier civilization where everybody has links to one of the procedurally generated magic forces and use effects more freely than lab using wizards of fort mode eras. That sort of thing is in now, with the relevant objects generated by Lua, but available in the regular interaction text files. The next chunk of time I spent working on labs, since Jacob provided over 300 images of lab bits for me to use. The game can now construct images of workshops, supporting a variety of different vibes, from botany to rune carving to orbs and mirrors to necromancy to brewing to alchemy to scrolls, books, light, and lightning. We've kept them the standard 3x3 tile size to make it all manageable, but there are some animations for mechanisms, electricity, candles, and flames. It's pretty wholesome. A wizard literally did it. And I'm going to switch gears now to the next routine patch for some mid-April-ish. For sometime mid-April-ish. So far, it seems the magic work and routine patches will coexist nicely, which is good. If I can keep up a monthly patch cycle while making progress on the Magic Army Diplomacy release, that should be good enough. What does that mean, Tarn? What does that mean? Like, I mean, I've been waiting for all of this patch release cycle to be done to do, like, another intro tutorial to Dwarf Fortress. Because, like, stuff has changed, but the early game really hasn't. Like, since 2018. Really. Aside from, like, it looks different. But I would actually argue that tutorials from the before the Steam version are still relevant. Like, the game just looks different. But like the actual information in those tutorials is still like accurate to how the game plays. So like I don't know. That's a mighty good question. Once again, there isn't the magic patch. It's magic patches because there's already magic in the game. This would be a big patch with a lot of magic, but Tarn isn't being specific, which also means it's probably late and he just pressed enter and went to bed, considering there's a typo in it. It's okay, I typo all the time, so no judgment there, but... Mate, we have a military interface that makes sense. Just because it doesn't make sense to you doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense. Go watch my videos on it. We're not getting a new military interface. Nothing has been said about that. And if you don't like the current one I made, I can't help you. Sure, I mean, that's also possible. Sable Emp. EMP? Sable MP. Yeah, there you go. In the YouTube chat. That is definitely possible. It could just be a progress update. But Tarn has been vaguer and then released a patch the next day in the past, so he's also been vaguer and released a patch while he was writing such vague things. Basically, like, I'm not going to say definitively until either I hear from Tarn, I hear from Kitfox, or if tomorrow happens and no patch releases, then yeah. And I haven't heard from either of them, so. Jury's still up. You know, actually, I'm screwing this up. Oh shit, we're in an ad break because I was just in my own world pondering. My bad. Sorry, chat, I'm too busy pondering my orb to realize that we're in an ad break and I'm just like sitting here doing stuff with the game. I'm paused. You've been lurking in meetings? Did we convert all the farmers to miners? I don't really have any farmers in this fort. Like, there's some dwarves with farming skills, but literally, that's just because they arrived like that, and most of them are in the military. But they're literally not doing any farmer working, so... Miners? No. But, more like stabbers. Speaking of stabbing... I am, however, still sending a lot of dwarves out in the military to go do military-related things. And we are encrusting many tables and military gear. I need to get a better training area set up. Uh-oh. Why is there a donkey in here? Apparently I have a bunch of butcherable things that I didn't butcher. Silly me. Some of the shields were purchased, but yeah, there definitely were some shields made. this can be melted. Peak dog bone ring. What are you working on here? 25 silver bolts, table, toys, doors, greaves. Let's do iron greaves as well. Why are these not all melting metal objects? Okay, you are. There we go. Now things are starting to do what I'm expecting them to do. That makes a lot more sense now. Where do I not have any objects set to be melted? That seems hard to believe. Like, really hard to believe, actually. Just kind of melting whatever. But perhaps I don't have anything to be melted, which I find kind of hard to imagine, but oh well. Let's just go back over to you and get some of these new tables that are very shiny put into here, such as that one. And this. And that. And that. And those. And the squads all leave. At exactly the same time. Oh, geez. Well, now would be a really bad time for me to get invaded. Holy shit. Yeah, no kidding. That would have been real bad. Like, really bad. Let me just fill all this in. Because that seems sketchy. What year did I start this fort? The year the other one ended, so 224 fall is when this fort started. Okay, well, at least all this stuff's getting done pretty quickly. Get all that done. Got a lot of dwarves trying to leave that side, which I'm sure will go just fine. Sup, point of view? In YouTube chat. Yeah, I'm just kind of in my own universe now. And will be until I hear definitively one way or another. I guess the plan then is I should just make a video tonight. Like a new news video and be like, magic is coming. Because I have a question. What does Tarn need to add to the game for people to stop being like, or to stop asking the question of, is this the magic update? Or is that just a meme that people will do forever and it's not actually a serious question, in which case I've been goofed? Yeah, it does take a little bit, doesn't it, mining obsidian? It's a pretty dense metal. Because it is effectively like volcanic glass, right? Cast fireball in a tavern. In adventure mode? Because I don't think you'll be able to do that in Vort mode. This ain't, it's not like, you know, black and white, but a dwarf might do that. Guy with butterfly mane, is this the magic update? Is this real life? And honestly, I don't know. Is it? I mean, having like ancient civilizations that have ties to the actual gods that have an easier time using magic certainly seems like part of that prototype that he showed a trillion years ago at GDC. So it certainly seems like it's a chunk of it. If you can't instantly rip skin off people with spells, there is no magic update. Again, like in adventure mode, yeah, probably. Fortress mode, I mean, you can almost do that in adventure mode right now. You can blast them backwards so far and hard against a wall with weapons that it causes them to break bones. But that's more force push than teleport out of skin. Fireball Wizard Military Squad. So we are not the same. Sable MP in YouTube chat. You say Fireball Wizard Military Squad, right? I say frame rate rapidly falling to 0 military squad. I'll be honest, I really hope they never let us use Fireball. Like, I hope that Fireball specifically is like weirdly absent from every single magic related thing, because if if the dwarves get the ability to set shit on fire, the frame rate is going to be at 0 for the rest of eternity. We will never get it back. It will disappear, and you'll never see it again. Kiss your frame rates goodbye. Kadabra. Kablooey. Frame rate is now fooey. Because that is how that would go. Oh god, all the smoke? Yeah, like, you know how necromancers repeatedly resurrect things? Imagine just like, imagine necromancers for sake of discussion, but instead of them just like repeatedly resurrecting things, they're just constantly recasting Fireball in front of their face and can't see anything, and so the frame rate is 0. The frame rate is now 0, and you will like it that way. Anyway, we've got a clother who's making an artifact. Who's quite stressed, actually. And she's just kind of standing there, pondering. Should you be setting a limit? By default, there is a limit. If you want less, then sure. I mean, if the game runs slowly. I mean, I usually run it at about 250 as my population cap. But it's up to you. Should you? You don't need to. I wouldn't turn it up too far. Unless you have a pretty powerful computer that you're quite confident in. Fire, said Beavis or Butthead. Yeah, that's true. Who needs frames when you have Fireball? Everybody who's going to leave the game a negative review that the wizards make the frame rate bad, but... I wonder what you just grabbed. Obsidian, of course! How else are we going to get a Baldur's Gate without obsidian? Okay. Let's just go to boulders. What do I have? Got 2 lemonite, 4 coal, 51 sulfurite, 4 magnetite. Okay. Mag, smelt. Mag, smelt. Hematite, lemonite, smelt. Let's work on that. Native gold ore smelt. And native platinum ore smelt. That's Galena. Let's automate that. Let's automate that. Let's automate this. Sorry, what? Why is there lava there? Or I guess those rocks are still hot from... Just looking for metal. Galena, you smelt, I don't know, 50, or however many we're probably going to end up with after that. That could be thrown away. And then you, we update. Nobody grabs anything, so there's nothing to grab, so now we wait. Was Fleeting Frames who was profoundly prolific? I mean, I missed them anyway. There's the monoramp thread. There's a gift one in there. Yeah, it works. The screenshots, the hack doesn't need them to turns 90 degrees in any orientation, but ramps have to be constructed because where you dig out 3x3 tiles surrounding the natural ramp, the ramp disappears. Huh. Oh, so they're essentially like teleporting them up a ramp? Oh, that's wild. Hobo Harry, thanks for the raid, dude. What's up? One of my favorite mods is a hobo. And has a beard, so... You're halfway there. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Welcome, raiders. I'm sitting here and just... If you're confused about what I'm babbling about, I'm babbling about this. Tarn went and posted a thing today that really makes it sound like he's about to patch the game with wizards and magic potion making stuff. But then neither confirms nor denies and refuses to elaborate and then leaves us asking questions. Well, that's good. The Weaver has created a Vetsigishil, a frilly cave spider silk shirt. I'll look at that in a sec. And offers it to Starvation of Gluttons. He literally is like, since the last patch, things have been afoot in Magicville. I spent some time in magical populations of people and infrastructure that we need for that. For instance, a world can have an earlier civilization where everybody has links to one of the procedurally generated magic forces and use effects more freely than lab using wizards of the Fort Mode era. That sort of thing is in now with the relevant objects generated by Lua, but available in regular interaction text files. The next chunk of time I spent working on the labs, since Jacob provided over 300 images of lab bits for me to use. The game can now construct images of workshops, supporting a variety of different vibes, from botany to rune carving to orbs, and mirrors to necromancy, brewing and alchemy to scrolls and books and to lightning. And we've kept them the standard 3x3 tile size to make it all manageable, but there are some animations for mechanisms, electricity, candles, and flames, etc. It's pretty wholesome. I'm going to switch gears now to the next routine patch for sometime mid-April-ish. So far, it seems like magic work and routine patches will coexist nicely, which is good. If I can keep up a monthly patch cycle while making progress on the magic, army, and diplomacy release, that should be good enough. So either Tarn is just like stealth dropping wizards tomorrow, or this is a progress update. And it could be either. I don't know, I have a check mark. I've had one for a long time. So check marks are fine. Check marks the spot. What were you playing? I'm just freaking out about this. Really. Also, if anybody calls you a Checky, just respond with, you really like a Checky cheese. Or tell them to Checky their privilege. Or, I don't know. I've always proudly walked around with my check mark. If I don't want to get called out, then I use a different account. Sometimes I type on my bot's account to get left alone. Actually, hold on. Does that cheese emote still exist? Yeah, just give him a stinky cheese. I don't know. I use a check mark, so no problems with that. Having been kind of old in the Twitch in the Twitchosphere at this point, like, I don't know. It's all fair games. But yeah, I'm freaking out right now. Oh, that just sounds like hell. Why would somebody inflict that kind of power on other people in their chat? That's terrible. I prefer my imperial dictatorship, where I have armed guards with swords that can snipe people out of existence if they're annoying. I once had somebody like get all uppity at me when I was telling them to shut up about something in my chat, and they were like, "But I have freedom of speech." I'm like, "Not here, you don't." And it was one of the most satisfying like smacks of my life. Check your privilege, mother. Surprise! Not in this universe. You do most of the destroying. That's true, but I do have armed guards with swords. I mean, come on.
Over here, he has a sword.
I used to have a command where people could time themselves out. It was !seppuku, which was very effective. Although then people would show up, post something rude, and then immediately seppuku themselves. Yeah, we also had ! Sudoku, which literally linked to a randomly generated Sudoku. So you would grab a Sudoku and then you'd seppuku yourself so you could do the Sudoku without being distracted. But then, like, there was that 1 week where Twitch was like, yeah, getting banned might actually nuke your sub streak. And then that I got spooked out of keeping that command, so I got rid of it. And the, like, chat culture changed. I don't know, this was like 2016 or something. This was like literally 10 years ago that I had that. So it's been a while. I think !tits still exists, though. Much more important than those other commands. I've banned 2 people in 3 years, and one of them you unbanned for you to ban. Yeah, that is true. Although you've definitely got the highest score of Discord bot bans. Yeah, that is for sale via Tier 2 Twitch subscription Radiant or via my blog for $3.50 for your first month if you subscribe by the end of this month. After that, it's $7 a month. Very nice tits. Actually, I think it's tits singular, but Booby still works, although that one's less sus. I do like that Bitly link still works after like a decade, which is just like the funniest part of it for me, honestly. Sorry, YouTube chat, if you guys are confused. Whew, that was a big hitch. Something just sneak onto the map. Well, the dwarves just returned. So, what was the hitch? Time for you to go to work? Where are you flying to, if I can ask? I don't really want to ban you, rotten falafels. The dwarves of the dipped volcano attacked the ghoul of systems and the sin of mirroring at Scorpionhames. The dwarf of Manon Sengor led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Koro Slipfades. In the early winter of 230, Sengor Tinfaint outmatched the goblin Koro Slipfades with a cunning plan. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. The goblin Karo's right cheek was smashed. Honestly, I call that a win. Thank you very much for the raid, though. Seriously, I don't get a ton of raids around these parts, and I got 2 today. So it's been a very eventful day, frankly. So thank you very much for that. And welcome, raiders. I play way too much Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. Maybe we'll play other games this week. Maybe we won't. Depends on if Tarn's actually going to patch his game this week or not. We struck down the goblin who was leading it. I guess he led the charge. Geb, Borntaker, also dead. And Bathor Stop Shatter. Yeah, you should stop shatting it. Absolutely. And it seems like we looted treasure and killed seven goblins. Hold on. Jesus clashed with 7 goblins, slaying them. Good job, Jesus. Got a bunch of random crap, as you do. And the walls continue to rise for the occasion. I suppose we should get back out there for another siege then. When he was playing in DF, so he wanted to return the favor. Well, appreciate it. That means a lot. I tend to just, like, pick people out of the Dwarf Fortress directory to raid. That's usually how my raids go. So I take a look at who's playing DF and just go, pop! And take a hard shot. It's unfortunate, though, that he has to hide the checkmark, though. So what were you guys playing today? You guys vibing with something recent or something unrelated? Or were you dwarfing today? Because I haven't looked at the directory in a while. I've been too busy staring at this Tarn post. Which honestly I'm probably going to keep staring at for a while because it's really fucking with my brain a little bit. Let's check my armors and greaves and other things. It's like 1 or 2 available, not much. We are going to continue attacking these goblins. Let's attempt to raise this site. So it's like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 dwarves every time. Today, we built a fully automated minecart cannon, which I'm quite proud of, honestly. I have to say this might be one of the better things I built recently. Deadlock? Oh! Did you have those dead on lock? Did you win, son? I know so little about. I know vaguely what Deadlock is. Like I obviously know that it's a game made by Valve, but genuinely a lot of my knowledge of that game is pretty moot. So because I don't have a huge breadth of knowledge of Deadlock, it's a bit of a not a mystery to me, but like it's like, oh yeah, that's a game kind of thing. I think I'm going to make this into an infinity stockpile. This is what I'm going to do. Some ads are about to run. When the ads pop, I will pause the game. So you're not going to miss anything. I will actually do that this time, unlike the last time when I was too busy speculating and brain going all over the place. Or, and you load from there. You load metal ores. You go away. And you take a, I don't know, some iron minecart or something. And we have a stop. Now we're in the ad, so we'll pause. This reminds me of, well, you're probably in an ad, but it's neat, fairly generic, but a bit of fun combination of MOBA and hero shooter. Yeah, I know that much. I basically, like, this is a very specific thing. And most likely most people won't get this. But I need to fix my lighting. Hold on. Basically, yeah, as I understand it, Deadlock is Super Monday Night Combat. But nobody else except for me apparently played Super Monday Night Combat, and Super Monday Night Combat shut down in like 2012. So it was a third-person MOBA with guns, but it was like a game show. It's for Valve to let people to run third-party servers and maps for Deadlock, like TF2. That'd be cool. Even just for, like, funsies. Probably also would be pretty good for competitive. Do they do that for Dota? Because if they do that in Dota, then yeah, probably. That would make a lot of sense if they do that for Dota. You know, as in Dota, by Base Hunter. The platinum selling record. Obviously. What about Deadlock and Dota? Oh, that we were raided by Hobo Harry, who was streaming some Deadlock. That's what. Also, Tarn, like, vague posted on the Bay 12 website that in a way that sounds like he's gonna stealth release fucking Wizards tomorrow, but also probably not. So I'm like emotionally distressed at the minute because like I don't know how to feel either way, and it could be either. So. Yeah, like, I say tomorrow purely because Tarn has no control over when the game patches on Steam. Kit Fox does. But he wrote this. So, like, there's a and because it came out later in the day, after Kit Fox would be out of the office, there is a non-zero chance, it's pretty small, it's probably like 5%, that it's just sitting in a Slack chat somewhere. Hello, since the last patch, things have been afoot in Magicville. I spent some time on magical populations of people and infrastructure that we need for that. For instance, a world can have an earlier civilization where everybody links is like a typo, has links to one of the procedurally generated magic forces and uses effects more freely than lab using wizards of the Fort Mode era. That sort of thing is in now, with relevant objects generated by Lua. but available in regular interaction text files. The next chunk of time I spent working on labs, since Jacob provided over 300 images of lab bits for me to use. The game can now construct images of workshops supporting a variety of vibes, from botany to rune crafting, to orbs, to mirrors, to necromancy, to brewing, and alchemy, to scrolls and books and lightning. We've kept them the standard 3x3 tile size and made it all manageable, but there are some animations for mechanisms, electricity, and candle flames, etc. It's pretty wholesome. So that reads like a patch that's tomorrow. But then this is here. I'm going to switch gears now to the next routine patch for sometime mid-April-ish. So far it seems like magic work and routine patches will coexist nicely, which is good. If I can keep up a monthly patch cycle while making progress on the Magic Army and Diplomacy release, that should be good enough. That reads like in a week or two we're going to get a bug fix patch. But him saying it's in the game now makes me go, wait. Which one is it? Like, if he just said it's pretty wholesome, all of that will be released later this year. Okay, cool. But he's been this vague before and then just dropped an update. So, I don't know. I don't know what to think. I don't know. Rotten Falla feels. I don't know. It could be either. Could be neither. Regardless, there's nothing on KitFox. Nobody else has said anything. I sent a few people DMs, and the only person that I got a response from was Clito, and he went, what? So, nobody knows anything. This is all speculation. But he has been that vague before, and then just, like, suddenly dropped an update. So, nobody knows anything, certainly not me. I did know that there would be a patch in April, though. I was told that a little while ago. Especially considering Tarn saying mid-April-ish. So, yeah. You can't confirm you still know nothing? Well, I mean, you know what you've read now. You knew less than nothing before because you hadn't read the patch notes. Or the, not patch notes, you hadn't read the post. Because I sent Clino a message. I was like, did you see what Tarn just posted on Bay 12? And he's like, not, but like, if it was recently, then no. I'm like, go look now. So, yeah, I mean, chat told me. So it's not like I saw this organically. Although it would almost read like, it almost reads like if he is in fact just like low-key trolling the community, he's also trolling KitFox, because I wonder if KitFox even knows, because I knew that I was told there would be a routine patch this month probably. Like that's all that I knew. So basically like that thing that he's talking about mid-April-ish, and that fits the time frame of what I've been told. But that's it. There's Baby Llama. Well, that I will butcher. The real question is, though, like, when was it posted, like, specifically? Because it definitely wasn't posted, like, this morning, because I looked this morning. That would be the best April Fool's gift ever. Yeah. Lower right corner's messed up? What's wrong with the lower right corner? I'm confused, Darren. I mean, I think my favorite April Fool's Day prank was when, like, Jagex announced a whole bunch of, like, cabbage-related things for April Fool's and then didn't actually put it into the game, and I was very sad. That was probably my favorite one. They announced a whole series of quests based on cabbage patches and cabbages. Oh, no, that's fine. I want them to do this because I'm doubling this wall up. So that's intended. If anything, I should just do that part quicker. But thanks for the concern. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that well, actually I'm I'm excited to see how badly it fucks the frames. I don't know, there's a lot of things with this that I'm like curious to see in like a theoretical sense. Trying to lower the priority on all this. So I want them to work on the fort chunk first. Oh, wow. That's pretty messed up, actually. Dug all the way into the fort. Gonna have to build this in. Fix that. Also, it looks like my military is returning. Maybe not. Looked like the population was going up. Good to see some of this stuff's getting built. As this is all sapphirite, which is the ore of zinc. Let's see how this squad is doing gear-wise. There we go. Got some Greaves building. Which means this squad can almost swap to just gear. It's just the high boots they got to get out of now. Come on. Because now that's going to get, you know, forbidden, obviously. Thankfully, there's only one piece of metal ore left there. There you go. Get that done. Right, now that I've done that, we can go back up. There we go. You down to there. You down to there. You down to there. You down to there. This over there. That over there. That down there. And you maybe run along here, and we'll build along the top. Yeah, I'm really excited to see a response to my freaked out DMs from people. That's what I'm the most excited about. But also, I don't know. I'm really curious of two main things. But the thing that I'm the most curious about is, will any of this live up to expectations? Because I kind of feel like, in a lot of ways, Dwarf Fortress has managed to make, or Tarn has managed to make this update, probably not intentionally, but has managed to make this update larger than life to the point where I wonder what people are expecting. I wonder what it's going to look like and how it's actually going to affect the game. And that is almost impossible to tell until we actually see it, right? So, yeah, I'm excited. It's gonna be an interesting year for the game, shall we say? Not in like an interesting times way, hopefully. Hopefully in just a, oh wow, that's a cool update kind of way. Well, the only thing I really have like actual solid expectations for is how it's going to affect legends. As far as in-game stuff though, Tarn often has such a not bizarre but like unconventional way of adding stuff to the game that it could literally be anything, you know. It could be like a very simple standard magic system that we get. It could be something obtuse to the point where it makes almost no sense and nobody gets it. Like it could be anywhere and many things in between. So, yeah, I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be cool. But, this fort's looking fucking dope, yo. I actually haven't seen this in ASCII yet, so that's it in ASCII. A lot of very upset dwarves, but it's fine. That's fine. This is what freaked me out when I saw it, and still kind of is. But, this is the primary living level. And then up here is the tavern. Were they nerfed? No, they were buffed incredibly. Along with the siege update. You should go look at the patch notes for the siege update if that's something you're curious about. There's new types. There's the enemies have battering rams. The enemies can build and dig now. The siege weapons are significantly stronger than they were. I've just been trying to figure out where I'm gonna put siege weapons actually. Maybe actually right here. Let's start off with some catapults actually. You've enjoyed the new bolt floors so much, you only ever use those? Really? I really like the catapults now. Catapults are fucking great now. Catapults are probably my favorite, like, low-key addition to this in the siege update, is catapults being awesome now. So, yeah, Highlander, I recommend you to go look at the patch notes for the siege update because it is a different game now when sieges happen. Although sieges take a little longer to happen. Basically, catapults can move up, down, left, and right. And they can aim within a cone. And they track enemies. And the boulders explode on contact and shoot shrapnel everywhere. Ballistas shoot way faster. And also track enemies and follow enemies. Bolt throwers are just like a rack-mounted machine gun that just shoot out a fully automatic blitz of, like, bolts. It's like having a crossbow dwarf that shoots faster with a bigger magazine that can't move, basically. The catapult is probably my favorite upgrade, though, yeah. Also, the bolt throwers go through ammo faster than I go through, like... I'm trying to think of a proper analogy, even. Bad decisions? No, Let's see how this last mission went. The only real issue I have with the siege update is the enemy battering rams are moronically stupid. Stormwolf killed heat relief. No, don't kill heat relief. There's too much heat here. Fight Beak, that's a good name. We killed a goblin named Fight Beak. Seems like we rampaged throughout the place, and the Ghoul of Systems fled Scorpion Hames, so we've destroyed a goblin pit. And now it's populated by a different goblin faction. Oh, that's interesting. The Last Evil now lives there, which isn't the goblin faction that I'm attacking currently. Huh. The Crab of Love. Let's go attack the Crab of Love. It's an elven civ. This is the other faction that we're at war with. I'm just going to try and raid them, though. Good luck, dwarves. Let's just go siege update. I'm gonna say catapult parts. Let's say 30. I don't know how many catapults I'm gonna make. We'll find out. Use bolt bones. Bone bolts are okay, but they don't do much damage. You really need steel bolts against armored units, Zakaluka. But wood and bone bolts are pretty damn effective just as ways to, like, batter, bruise, and disarm enemies. How's the war against the Green Horde? The Green Horde is actually, like, if you look at Legends, the Green Horde is pretty defeated. Like, there's not that many of them. At least that particular one. There's others. Annual Tribute has arrived, which is nice. And the elves, on the other hand, are very, very, very... Wait, when you say Green Horde, were you referring to the elves? I was thinking literally goblins, because goblins are green. If you meant elves, then I haven't attacked them yet. They ambushed me once. What do I have a bunch of? What do I have 144-ish of? Seems nice. This is going to be an outdoor barracks. And then green glass around the base. Live up to the last evil of their faction. This might not. No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm at war with the sin of mirroring. The last evil is the other goblins. There's also the Cruel Witch. They've also got a location called Witch Dive, which is a pretty good name for a goblin group regardless. Can I make steel bars right now? No, I need flux. Why don't I mine down to where there's flux? And grab flux. Now go make flux. Because I've got iron and pig iron, I just need the flux. Did we keep the same tame slug? That's a good question. I don't know. No, it ended up in the volcano. I'm sorry. That or it died. They only have a lifespan of real life bugs, which is like a year-ish. So it's entirely possible it's just dead. So, rip slug. I don't feel anything about this. I would like to apologize for the crassness and the suddenness of this immense separation that you must feel. I don't understand your pain because I think all slugs must die, but I respect it. Your pain, that is. Not the opinion that you think all slugs must not die. I think all slugs must fall. Death to the slugs. In this house, we hate slugs. I'm a gardener. I hate slugs. And thus I speak for everybody that is in the room with me right now, which is just me. And I don't like slugs. So, sucks to suck. Sucks to slime? Yeah, sure. Let's see how attacking the elves went. We went and attacked Weisshin. Dude, like, when it would rain where I used to live, it was like fucking D-Day. Oh no, that's not good. Oh no, that's not good. The dipped volcano attacked the Crab of Love of the Hill of Monstrosities. Sangor led the attack, and the defenders were led by Ili Twigadors. Sangor outmatched the elf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. But one Daizu died to a elephant. Toulon died to an elephant. Rimtar died to an elephant. Are we going to kill any of these elephants? Oh, the elf leader was struck down, so that's good. We clashed with 23 tigers, slaying 7. We clashed with 9 elves, slaying them, and then Jesus clashed with 16 tigers, slaying 8. Jesus, take the horns! Did he really kill 8 tigers? Well, he's not back on the map yet. Also, Sir Pancakes. The Sir Pancakes, nonetheless. Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. I appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Pancakes? Sir. The Knight of Pancake. The Earl of Syrup. Noble of Breakfast. More dwarves are off to go get new weapons and gear. And I'm going to keep going after these elves. Let's see if I can find one with not 3,000 people in it. How about that? Good luck, dwarves. We're going to go for leap walk. And down here, I'm going to fortify. Maybe not all the way along this, but like a good chunk of that. And in here, I'm going to throw down some of this. Nice. And we're in an ad break, so we'll pause. Not the best timing, but... Also, hello, Seattleite. I can't quite see you from where I'm at, but you're a short boat ride away. Think we're going to have a dry year? Maybe. I don't know. It seems like it rained quite a bit this year, at least here, but... I know it's an El Nino, whatever that means. I do genuinely not know what that means most years. I know there's an explanation for it, but it's like I don't see any difference between a non-El Nino and an El Nino year here generally, so... I've already noticed past high pressure, you do small-scale farming, so you have to worry about... Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I put pots outside with tomatoes in them, and sometimes I get a pile of tomatoes. It's nice. Might try potatoes this year as well, in buckets. You just call it the weather. Yeah, sometimes the weather good, sometimes the weather not, sometimes the weather great, sometimes the weather shit. All we know is it's consistently slightly warmer than it has been in the past. Consistently slightly warmer. Warmer? So many dwarves building stuff right now. So many dwarves building stuff. Because all that's being built. This can all go away. Let's go armor stand. No, I'm out of armor stands. Well, at the very least, this barracks looks nice, I think. With all the gold stuff. Guess all this stuff down here is getting done now. Once it's all done, then I can throw some catapults down here. Which I think I'm just going to put in, like, maybe like this. Like this, and then maybe a straight one right there. It's like one just like this, and then the other two a little bit cocked to the side. Might put some right there, too, because I could just run the dwarves in through here. And plunk some more down over there. Also use this as an opportunity to dig out this and get it all locked off. Now would be a real bad time for the baddies to show up, eh? I mean, mighty unfortunate. Actually, it's been a really quiet day. I mean, we had some siegers, like, right at the very beginning, but it's been quiet since. I like that they're canceling building this stuff because there's lava beneath it. So it's like, oh no, the ground's hot. Some more migrants have arrived. We're also very, very, very close to Mountain Home at this point, which means, assuming there isn't an update tomorrow, we'll probably get Mountain Home tomorrow if we don't get it today. Or at the very least, we'll get the ruler. The prerequisite to Mountain Home. Just want to get all this stuff placed. There we go. That can get removed. Down here. When did I find out about Dwarf Fortress, YouTube chat? I first installed Dwarf Fortress in 2009 because a friend of mine suggested I try it after I beat a playthrough of... Why are you not making... Are we out of wood? After I beat a playthrough of... oh. Literally... I don't have anybody assigned as a woodcutter. That would do it. After I beat a playthrough of... oh shit, they want a Doctor's Guild. Of the game... wow, that was a huge migrant wave. Holy shit. After I beat a playthrough of... what's the name of that game? After I beat a playthrough of the game, Ancient Domains of Mystery, ADOM. So I beat a playthrough of ADOM with a lot of cheating, and a friend of mine was like, "You want something else to play? You should try this." And then I installed it and played until, and played for about 90 seconds until I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Thought my friend was trolling me, and Alt F4'd and deleted it. And then tried it again like 6 months later and did about the same thing. And rinse and repeat until I eventually got into it. I need silver battle axes. Silver battle axe. I will definitely think about that Doctor's Guild, though. Also, my squads have returned and a lot of people are dead. That's not good. A lot of people are dead. Good news is, there's a lot of people I don't need. Bad news is, a lot of people are dead. We went and attacked the elves again. No, fair enough, Wispy. Burr was struck down by an elephant. Fuck those elephants, man. Clashed with 9 elves, slaying 6. Clashed with 3 elves and leapwalk, slaying them. I think we're just going to have to demand surrender and occupy. Because Sengor was struck down. Clashed with 16 elephants. Clashed with 16 elephants. Yeah, we're not killing any of them. Clashed with 16 elephants and a bunch of doors are struck down. Yeah, I've only ordered delivery, and this is all from trading. I haven't harvested or farmed or fished or hunted for anything in this entire fortress. All of what you see is me legitimately purchasing it. Well, rest in peace, Sengor. You were a good dwarf. Let's get everybody training a little bit. Because we do have a good surplus of food for the minute. Yeah, but I need fucking battle axes to chop down trees. So I don't really care what they're made out of, to be honest with you. all I care about is that my dwarves have battle axes to cut down trees. Literally, that is it. Because I need wood. So I kind of don't care, to be completely honest with you. Because I need this to happen. This is the only reason I did that. Yeah. As apparently I have no axes whatsoever. And I would rather use silver because I have a large amount of it, and so I'm not too hurt if my dwarves are unable to get rid of this or use this stuff, I suppose. Such an odd route to take, but and there we go. You could call this poetic justice. I mean, the elves did just kill a bunch of my dwarves. And so I'm sure that they will enjoy the fact that all of this stuff is getting removed. I'm sure they will definitely enjoy this. No matter how long it takes. We now have access to wood. All right, chat. I think we've made some great progress. Hopefully we hear something from Tarn before tomorrow and figure out what the hell's going on. And if that's a progress report for a future update or something that's releasing soon. I will probably make a news video tonight about that post. But I need to think about it. I will say it is 6 p.m. and I have to get to the grocery store before it closes because I'm short on food right now, guys. You missed so much. I felt like you were here most of today. With the devlog tonight, with the dev blog tonight, he didn't say there wasn't. And he can't patch the game. KitFox patches the game, and the dev blog released after KitFox was out of the office today. So I don't think one way or another. I think I'm not positive one way or another. And so that